which with them totaling a little over 114 acres total. And let's see. And this is just the easement exhibit for the 3 lots that are being proposed. So planning has no comments on this item, and I believe all engineering comments are addressed.
Very good. So everything's addressed on this one?
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? If none, we will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. We have a second.
Second.
A second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 10, site plan, Co-op Business Park, Lot 1, 4 buildings totaling 474,000 square feet on 38.92 acres requested by Kimley Horn. Property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc. Sir.
Thank you, sir. So this item is for the site plan of Lot 1 for the Co-op Business Park, which has 4 buildings, excuse me, totaling 474,000 square feet. So this lot will have the majority or the largest amount of square footage of buildings for the 3 lots. And this is just kind of an aerial showing the lot that we looked at on the last slide for the co-op. So I'll kind of scroll through these so we don't spend too much time on them. This is a zoning map showing that it's I-2 heavy industrial. And these are the same images showing the lots in the existing buildings. So I'll kind of go through these so we don't have to look at those again. So the first image you'll see here after the pictures that were taken are some proposed elevations for the buildings. So this is building 1, option 1. And this is kind of another side shot of the elevation showing the parking with some of the landscaping around the building. Let's see, we'll keep scrolling down here. This is more of the elevation package here. This image here kind of shows the material legend for the elevations that's proposed. So it kind of shows the paint colors. As you can see, some of the soft grays and the whites being proposed there on the sides of the building with the black trim around the windows. Now this is another elevation package that's been proposed, and the applicant might be able to give a little bit more clarification on the difference, but this is building 1, option 2. So this is just another option for elevations on the same building. We'll scroll on down here to the site plan. So as you can see in this image, I'll blow it up a little bit here. This site plan consists of buildings. Oh, I apologize. It's loading. Buildings 1 through 4. So as you can see, below it's lot 2, and to the east is lot 3. So this lot's going to have a large square footage of buildings on it. And there's just a larger image there. So let's see here. As far as comments go from the planning, the entire site must go to BOZA with a comprehensive sign package that includes directional signs. And the First United Methodist Church is zoned industrial, so there's no buffer issue there. So that's good. And then I believe all engineering comments have been addressed, unless there are some from utilities, it looks like.
there are a couple from utilities, but it's just a schematic drawing issue that usually gets worked out between the engineer and Scott Tatalovich before final permits are pulled. So that's a fairly normal way, but I couldn't get a hold of Scott, so I couldn't erase them off the comments because they're his.
Thank you, sir. Is there a representative here this evening for this project?
Good evening.
Name and address for the record, sir.
Rob Arts, 10 Lee Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. The option 1 and option 2, would you like to go over that for us?
Yes, unfortunately, I won't have a ton of clarity on that, and Jeff with Panettone is not going to be able to be here today. So happy to discuss with that at a later date. I'm not sure if anyone else has received any clarification. I think it's just a little bit of differentiation between where the brick patterns are specifically.
I can speak to that.
Please,
Mr.
Mayor.
Chairman. So I met with Jeff before workshop on the 16th, and he showed me two different versions of this, and just asking what my thoughts were on it. And ultimately, it comes down to Planning Commission, which version. He said, as far as price-wise, it wasn't a big deal for them. You have that one, which has the appearance of brick all along the corner, and that's how each of the buildings that are in the overlay would look on the corners that are windowed like that for entrances. And then the other one is where there's 3 panels, and that's also in the packet. And Jake may be able to scroll up to it.
Yes, let's see.
Keep going.
Right.
Nope, that's the full one.
Let's see. Oh,
Yeah, that's the paneled one. It's where it's hard to see on here. If you look in your packets, though, it's a little bit easier to see. But it's basically those two choices that we have. And we just need to decide which one. Jeff was fine with either one. They just needed that direction as to which way to go.
Questions, comments, Mr. Terry?
No, I like option 1 personally.
Okay, hold on, we need to differentiate. Is this one option 1, what's on the
I
screen,
think
or
that's
is the
option
whole
1 on the
brick
screen.
version option 1?
This says option 1 is the one with the panels and the brick on the corners.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, I had to zoom out, sorry. So, yeah, you have option 1 and option 2.
And yourself?
Like option 1.
Sir?
Option 2.
Ma'am?
1.
I think we'll go with 1.
Understood.
And so make sure that's included in the motion when we get to that point. Do we have any other questions or comments for ourselves or for the applicant?
I have one question. It shows on this side, is that going to be gray or is that black?
Which
On
portion?
the far side where it has coming down that,
Kind of down the street.
yes, sir.
I believe it's mostly gray. It's a lighter gray and then a dark gray.
Because originally they were talking about it would be black, everything would be black or white. Would you want that to stay gray or?
Bless you. There was discussed at one point as far as all of it being black and white, and then I believe Mark found that there was some brown in there, and there was some fun discussion on that, but I mean,
Jake, could you see what the PT01 and 03
yes.
are?
and I want to say
Thank you,
that
sir.
they said the brown was just due to the way the printing
Printer.
was,
Yeah.
so.
So the PT01 is black. And the PT0, did you say 3?
02 and 03.
Okay, so 02 is stated as software, so I'm guessing that's just the name of the paint code. And then PT03 is gray.
Yeah, I believe they're both gray
Gray.
shades.
Offshoot thereof. Yeah. Satisfied, sir?
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? We'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to accept with option 1, that's the color elevation.
We have a motion to accept with option 1. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 11, site plan, Co-op Business Park, Lot 2, 3 buildings totaling 442,000 square feet on 32.1 acres, requested by Kimley Horn, property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc. Mr. Jack.
Thank you, sir. So this item is for the site plan for Lot 2 of the Co-op Business Park. It's totaling 442,000 square feet, so it's just barely smaller than the Lot 1 proposed square footage. So these are just some similar images here, aerials of the current co-op lot. I'll scroll down here. So there's a lot outlined in blue, just like the previous items. The lot is zoned I-2 heavy industrial in the darker blue shade there. And these are the same images that we were looking at on the last couple of items. So I'll go ahead and scroll through here to the actual site plan, or excuse me, the elevations. So the elevations that you're seeing here, I believe, are just mimicking the options on the previous lot. So it's just a little bit different looking building, but as far as the colors go, I believe it's the same as the option 1 on the previous lot. So I'll scroll through here. It'll load. So there is the side elevation again, kind of showing what the side of the building will look like with parking next to it. Kind of gives you an idea of how it'll look overall. And there is the material legend that we were looking at a little while ago. And that's just the second option for the elevation with the solid brick that the mayor was stating that is kind of sectional in the first option that everyone liked. And we'll keep scrolling down here to the site plan. So here is the site plan showing Lot 2. So the 3 buildings will be building 5, 6, and 7 that are making up Lot 2. It's a little bit over 33 acres, totaling the section here, with Lot 3 to the east and Lot 1 to the north. So part of this lot will be fronting Waldron Road with, it looks like an access point coming off of Old Waldron there. And I believe that's majority of the visuals for the site plan there. As far as planning goes, the staff is satisfied with locations of the sign at this time, since the entire site must go with BOZA, just like stated on the last item. And since First United Methodist is zone industrial, there's no buffer issue there, kind of like on the last lot. I believe that there are a couple engineering comments, though, so I'll pass that to Mr. Ladd.
There was just one, and it was actually a problem with the paper copy. The PDF copy that's part of public record is fine, so I withdraw the comment. There's no comments.
Perfect, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Are we going to vote on option 1 or option 2 again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We didn't need to specify unless you want them to be different.
No,
Okay.
I was just making sure.
We'll entertain an option or a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept with option 1.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a motion to accept with option 1 for the overlay plan. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 12, site plan, Co-op Business Park Lot 3, 2 buildings totaling 171,244 square feet on 43.88 acres, requested by Kimley Horn, property located on Old Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24 and 28, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative, Inc. If you would be so kind, sir.
Thanks, sir. So this item is covering Lot 3 site plan for the Co-op Business Park, with square footage totaling 171,244 square feet. So the amount of square foot on this lot is a little bit less than half on the 2 previous lots. It'll contain buildings 8 and 9. So to scroll through some images we've already seen, there's the lot for the Co-op Business Park, with the zoning in the dark blue there being I-2 heavy industrial. These are just some of the images we talked about previously, showing some of the open spaces and current buildings that are on the Co-op Business Park lot right now. We will scroll down to the site plan submittal. Let's see. So you can see the Lot 3 is to the east of Lot 1 and 2, with buildings 8 and 9 shown on there, with building 9 being significantly smaller than building 8. I do not see the elevations on this packet right here, but I believe they'll be similar to Lot 1 and 2, and the applicant can probably answer that. As far as comments goes, sidewalks along Old Waldron need to be addressed because there are some sidewalks that go in front of the Maxim business that's next door, crane service. And then I believe that there are a couple comments from engineering to Mr. Lod.
Thank you, sir.
On this set, the fire department connections are not shown. It's an easy fix, but they are not shown.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Do we have a representative here this evening? Name and address one more time.
10 Lee Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. We have a couple of items that need to be addressed.
Yes, understood. Yeah, from the architectural side, these buildings aren't in the overlay, so the elevations weren't submitted, but I do believe they're intended to be similar. I don't know for sure on the color schemes, but we can check on that. FDCs, we'll get those added. That's not a problem. I'm going to set up a meeting with Scott to go over the metering for the entire co-op building. And then as far as the sidewalks go, I'm not sure if any of the exhibits that we were working on got sent around to you. I know Jeff had sent it over to Graham last week. Obviously, he's not here. We're trying to figure out, basically, with all the conflicts that we have, we can't put the sidewalk on the south side, and putting on the north side gets really far into the co-op property to kind of avoid all of the electric lines and telephone junction boxes and water meters and all that stuff on that side. So we're still kind of ironing out exactly where we could put the sidewalk, if at all, on that portion of the property on the south side there. But understand that that's the desire of the commission, because the building adjacent to it does have it. They just, unfortunately for us, we didn't develop a greenfield site. We've got all the existing infrastructure to try to work around, so
Yes, sir.
still working out on that one.
Questions or comments? With there being a few outstanding items, just need to decide how we want to proceed, everyone.
I'll make a motion to defer.
We have a motion to defer. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We'll discuss it at workshop, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Item number 13, concept plan, LaVergne Business Center, 2 buildings totaling 346,800 square feet on 29 acres, requested by Kimley Horn. Property located at 1701 Mars Street, tax map 14, parcels 4601 and 25, I-1 Light Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Big Acquisitions, LLC. Mr. Jack.
Thank you, sir. I am scrolling down here to get to this item. So this item is a concept plan for the LaVergne Business Center. It's made up of 2 buildings, which will be a little under 350,000 square feet. I'll scroll down here to get to the aerial. So as you can see in this image here, the property outlined in blue is the lot being discussed, which bumps right up to Minerva right here. And the site being discussed is this larger, you can see there's a larger lot right here, but it's also connected to a smaller lot right here in the front, which fronts Minerva. So there's just a little bit more zoomed out aerial there. You can see in relativity, there's the Walmart location, so you can kind of get a little bit better idea of the size of this lot. So the lot is currently zoned I-1 light industrial, which is the light blue color that you're seeing right here in the outline going around it. So I'll scroll down here to some of the images of the property here. So this image right here is just showing straight ahead would be the lot that's wooded that you're seeing. This is the neighbor's access that cuts alongside of the property, the smaller lot that's in front of the proposed site. So it's actually right here is the area that we're discussing. So this is the current home that's at 1701 Mars, and this is the home that's proposed to be demoed for access to the site. And here is just another image of that home right here. So I will scroll down here to the concept plan submittal. So here is a overview, this is an overview of the the site right here, with building 1 being 181,000 square feet and building 2 being 165,000 square feet. And showing it bumping up right to Minerva Drive. You can kind of see right here the smaller lot that is proposed to use for access right here where the house is in the images previously. So this is just kind of showing, this image right here is just kind of showing the current owner, and a little bit more detailed imagery of the lots surrounding the proposed site. So I'll just go on to some of the comments here. There were some pretty significant ones from planning, with the first one being that staff recommends that the applicant plan using access from Dick Buchanan instead of the current access being proposed from Mars and Minerva, with access from Dick Buchanan Street either directly or indirectly. The existing lot at 1701 Mars is zoned residential and would need to be rezoned to industrial in order to be used as part of the industrial park, which is the smaller lot you're seeing right there at the bottom of the screen. A private easement was considered on December 16th after the workshop, but the easement creates even more issues, including access for emergency services such as fire and emergency cannot access through a private easement for various legal reasons. The owner should dedicate a right-of-way all the way to the property line at a minimum to create public right-of-way and extended Minerva Drive. A 50-foot buffer will be required between all industrial and residential land that's surrounding the property, and a cul-de-sac would most likely be required to be installed by the developer at the end of Minerva. I believe there is a couple comments from Mr. Lott in engineering, so I will pass it over to him.
Thank you, sir.
I apologize for not being at the workshop. I know you all discussed traffic quite a bit, but I did, after reviewing the traffic study and the response to the engineering comments based on the traffic study, I talked to Mr. Bigelow at length and recommended that at y'all's discretion that he talk to you some more about it, because we are looking at some fairly significant issues, particularly with the left turn out of Minerva onto Murfreesboro Road. The PM peak, particularly right now, their traffic study says it's 55 seconds per car to make that left turn. Without the site in the future projected, it goes to 107. With the site developed, it goes to over 300. And the AM is not as bad, but similar. Existing is 112. Without the site in the future, it goes to 213, and projected with the site, again, over 300. So I just felt that y'all might want to discuss that more.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a representative here this evening for this project? Name and address for the
Good
record,
evening.
sir.
I apologize if my voice gives out at any time. I am fighting a Christmas cold. Brett Beeler, 10 Leah Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee.
Thank you, sir. There's quite a few items that we need to discuss, and obviously we're not going to cross that bridge today.
Yep.
Do you want to touch on the traffic?
Yeah, I'd like to kind of work top to bottom just to make sure. We worked extensively through the access question at the workshop. I was a little disheartened to see the recommendation to abandon the site plan still from planning, even though we worked through some of the access. So I just want to reiterate what we propose is the shortest, quickest, in our opinion, best access route that is available currently today. So I just want to make that statement again this evening. Speaking about the comment 3, the private access easement, my main question would be, would Planning Commission and staff approve or consider that being a public access easement versus private? And would that dissuade those legal concerns?
I believe that would be something that'd have to be discussed with the city planner,
Yes, sir.
and so that's definitely something you'll have to meet in-house with him to discuss.
Okay, that would be my first recommendation, is that maybe the word public versus private would kind of clear that issue, which we're very happy to do so, and that's obviously can be revised on the plat. The dedication of right-of-way, again, the public access easement, I think would get rid of that, clear that comment, but I think that is an option that we're open to if the public access easement is ultimately not pursued by us and planning staff. The last, I want to talk about the cul-de-sac one real quick before moving on to traffic. To be clear, the cul-de-sac, are we intending on that to be at the intersection of Minerva and Mars, or on the emergency access drive side to the north?
I believe at the intersection of Minerva and Mars.
And I guess my only question would be, what is driving that requirement?
I believe it would have to just do with, from what I understood Mr. Logan was talking about, I wanted to say that it had to do with access for emergency vehicles, being able to turn around, but I guess we'll need to clarify that a little bit more with him.
I would clarify with Mr. Logan.
We can certainly
in the
work through
meeting.
that. Again, I think a lot of those are kind of lumped into one, and I think they can all be cleared by just making that a public access easement, is my opinion, but we'll work through that.
My personal thoughts are you turn that into a three-way stop, and
That's the current proposed solution.
that would, and, you know, if fire or EMS have to go in there, they, you know, turn around on property, but that's me just spitballing it.
I like that idea.
And again, on the current site plan, there is a proposed stop sign to be placed at Mars. Oh, but you want a three-way stop? Sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
We can
it
definitely make
stop
that happen.
you guys, it would stop Mars and stop Minerva. That way,
Right.
people aren't just going to go straight through.
Yeah, I
Kind of
think
like what we did with Greenwood.
we're completely fine with that. Going on to traffic, yes, I've talked extensively with Mr. Lyde about this one. I just want to state a couple of quick things, and I'm going to pass it off to our traffic engineer to kind of back up most of the meat and potatoes of the report. Just to give some brief background, so there's the existing model that's run, which is traffic as it is today. There's the background model that's run, which is the traffic of tomorrow, theoretical tomorrow. And then there's the projected traffic model, which is tomorrow plus us being built. And so there's several levels of services that do decrease from existing to background. And again, that's just due to the natural growth that the model runs. And again, that's without us. So that's where you're seeing some of these level of services decrease. And so on the specific ones that Mr. Lyde has mentioned, it is our site that is flipping those to the next tier of level of service. But I just want to make that clear. A majority of these are either right on the cusp, or were triggered by the natural growth of LaVergne. And I'll pass to Tyler Fosness here, our traffic engineer.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm Tyler Fosness, 500 11th Avenue in Nashville. So basically, our traffic study recommendations were focused mainly on Minerva Drive. We recommended turn lanes on the southbound approach of Minerva Drive, and which helps to get right turns. So you get an increase in delay for left turns with our project site, but with the right turn lane, all those right turning vehicles can get out. It gives them an exit path out of there. We also recommended left and right turn lanes on Murfreesboro Road onto Minerva Drive, because with our traffic study, we also prohibited vehicles from our site to make that left onto Mars Street and go down Mercury Drive down to Murfreesboro, or go into that neighborhood at all. So we're trying to keep all the traffic from the site onto Minerva Drive, where all these improvements are being implemented. So that's the biggest improvement we can make to Mercury Drive. As far as the delay increasing, our traffic that we add to Mercury Drive, the intersections of Mercury Drive and Fergus Drive, are exclusively through volumes. So the way analysis works, it's not really a linear equation straight up. It kind of curves based on the volumes, and not to get too in the weeds of that, but when you look at sort of it going from level of service C at Fergus Road to level of service D at Fergus Road under projected conditions, and then you look at the volumes we're adding to the site, our projections show that we are adding, let's see, I had this, 30 trips to the Fergus Road intersection. That's going eastbound and westbound combined on Murfreesboro Road, and then 32 in the PM peak. And that's compared to over 1,000, close to 2,000 trips on Murfreesboro Road. So it's just sort of basically what is our impact of our site, and that's why there were no improvements recommended for those two intersections, basically. And I'm happy to answer any other questions if we need to get more specific about anything, or if there's something I missed.
As I said to the other gentleman, there's a laundry list of things that we need to get covered, so do we have any questions or comments?
I've got some questions, and yes, you stay here for these. Gary, I'm going to rope you into some of this, if you don't mind, and if you can't answer, just say you can't. But when it comes to the traffic study and the level of service for our roads, how do we, with the assumption that this development comes in, how do we maintain current levels today with whatever traffic impact they have?
Okay, current levels today, I mean, because they explained it pretty well. We got the three levels. We have current levels today, then we have projected without their development at the time their development opens, and then we have projected with their development. So maintaining current levels today would be significant widenings and work out on Murfreesboro Road. Whether that's a traffic signal, I don't know, but this study did not recommend that. And it's a significant project to maintain current levels that we have today in the future, especially with this development.
Okay. Let me ask you the same question. How do we maintain the levels that it's at today with this? Because I'm going to just jump out here and say you're the subject matter expert on traffic. So how would you say we maintain current levels with this impact?
I say that's kind of a tricky question. I mean, there's ways to improve traffic at each intersection. There's different things you can do, whether it's adding turn lanes or sort of adjustments to the signal timing, maybe. Sometimes that helps. at signalized intersections, obviously. As far as putting a traffic signal, it would help operations, but it's not warranted. And so we have a traffic signal warrant analysis in the study. And based on the MUTCD warrants, just sort of the industry standards, it doesn't meet the signal warrants. And based on the volumes, if it doesn't meet signal warrants over a certain amount of hours per day, then that causes, putting in a signal where it shouldn't be basically causes a lot more safety problems than it helps. So that's why we have those signal warrants in place to sort of analyze where to put signals. Other than that, it's sort of a case-by-case basis, and that's where we kind of landed on the turn lanes on Minerva Drive and trying to restrict everybody to using Minerva Drive as opposed to Mercury and going through the neighborhood and that kind of thing.
Okay. And this may be a question either for you or the engineer or the developer, but is the thought here that we will have tractor trailers coming out of here trying to make a left-hand turn?
Andrew Mazey with Brennan Investment Group, representing the developer. My address is 4117 Hillsborough Pike in Nashville. So tractor trailers, we're anticipating 100% leaving our site, going directly south on Minerva, and then once they arrive at the intersection of Murfreesboro Road, some will go east and some will go west.
Okay, so yes, they will be making left-hand turns. That can be troublesome just from the fact of the incline over there. So to make you aware, because I think that incline is significant. I don't go through there a whole lot. The only other thing I want to address on here, which I think this is more staff, probably Jake more, and I know you didn't prepare all this, Jake, Bo did, but looking at a map, this whole, the statement about going through Dick Buchanan Street, I know at workshop it was stated that there was an easement discussion, but the other party just to the north weren't interested in having that discussion. The only other recourse I can see, which this I think is just as bad of one, is to buy one of the trailers on, I think it's Humboldt, and then have to go through Newview, but Newview's not built to take that, and that's the only other route I can see going to Dick Buchanan. And
Yeah, I think
I just don't see it being possible if that northern group isn't going to discuss with them, because there's no other access points other than Newview. But
yeah, I think the thought there was, at least with Dick Buchanan, tractor trailers and large trucks drive up and down that road daily.
Yeah.
With a light being there. And it's known that the roadway can hold weight and the bearing of the trucks. And I think a lot of the concern here is with the current roadway on Minerva. I think there's a lot of questions surrounding whether trucks will be able to drive on that road without damaging it, and also without there being a light on Minerva. I know we just discussed this, but when trucks are turning left out of the property, many people know that if you go anywhere up and down that road and try to pull back out on Murfreesboro Road and turn left, you're waiting for some time before there's nobody coming from the left or right. So even if it's clear on the left, if a tractor trailer pulls out into that median there to get across, it's most likely going to be blocking this whole northbound lane. So I think the thought process there was that Dick Buchanan already has the majority of the infrastructure in place for trucks to come out on that road. As far as access getting there, I see your point exactly about how hard it'd be to get there. I just think the thought was that since there's already 18-wheelers going up and down that road daily, or large trucks, that that was a better idea versus.
it would be nice. It's just,
It would be ideal.
it's not, when you have the largest parcel owner over there not willing to play ball, then
Right.
it's, because Newview would turn into a one-way street. I'm not sure enough that there's enough turn radius from New View onto Dick Buchanan as well.
I don't think so. I've been over there with other organizations and to try and turn out of New View, it's
And then
pretty hairy.
this is a question for the engineer with this, is the turn radius, if I'm coming off of Murfreesboro Road, coming north, so coming from Smyrna, and there's a tractor trailer in that turn lane, or there's anyone sitting in that turn lane, is there enough room for the tractor trailer to make that turn? Because I know we see them making wide turns all over the city, so.
To make the left from Minerva, you're saying?
To make a right-hand turn onto Minerva coming from basically Walmart.
So we widened all the lanes at that intersection and set back the left turn lane for that reason exactly, to make sure that has enough turn movement.
Okay.
Enough space there to make that motion, yeah.
Any other questions or comments? And are you going to submit for rezoning on the house property should it end up going that direction? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's
My
what,
my approach is still to maintain that as an access easement and hopes that it could be a public access easement.
Okay,
And
so that'll
that
cross
mean
that
it wouldn't need to
That
be
would-
rezoned.
well, that would need to be figured out by Bo, who's not here, so that would fall into next month.
Yeah.
I do have one other question I just thought of, because I was looking at the map. I don't remember if we discussed this whenever y'all first started looking at this site, but the property line for the home crosses over with the neighbor's driveway. Like the shot that Bo was showing us of the neighbor's driveway, that driveway is actually in y'all's property.
There must be some old handshake deal about cross-access there.
And that's what I'm just wanting to find out is what if, or how will that be handled? Because it looks like, at least for him, to be able to access his property, something's got to occur. So have y'all had any conversations on that?
I will say, we do show improvements and reconnections for his driveway in the bend there on Mars and Minerva.
Okay.
But I'll let Andrew speak to anything
Yeah,
else.
we're going to grant the neighbor an easement.
Okay.
As well as construct the culvert and the driveway portion that's on our property for them for free.
Okay, yeah, looking at it, it's both on the property line and then crosses over, so.
Yeah, we'll maintain a curb cut for him and do all those improvements.
I'm done with questions. It's everybody else now.
I have one question, just to help me kind of understand. So in the traffic flow, the number of cars per second or what it goes through, what is the number that would require it to have a light at that intersection? What's the difference in those two numbers?
There's multiple factors to it, but I will again, you're going to get the whole roster here. I'll pump back to Tyler.
Yeah, so the, so it's not really related to the level of service average delay numbers that we were going over earlier, in terms of a traffic signal warrant, because those level of service delays are just specifically for the AM peak hour and the PM peak hour, just during rush hour when it's the worst during the day. For the traffic signal warrant, it's based on it has to meet the volume criteria, which is a comparison between the major street and the minor street for over 8 hours of a day. And that's just to ensure that a signal's not there when really it only meets the warrant for 1 hour, because the rest of the hours of the day, it causes unnecessary safety problems.
Because I live on that side of town and travel Murfreesboro Road quite a bit, and I can see a semi-truck trying to turn left out of there, and he's going to make a traffic light because he's not going to be able to, to go left, because traffic seems to flow through there pretty good any time of the day to me. It just seems. I almost think a traffic light there would warrant the left turn, would help with them getting out of there. What's your
Length of the truck, length of the road.
Yeah. Because if he tries to turn left and he's got traffic coming from the, I guess, west, then he's going to block that traffic if it's still coming from the,
Already have the accidents to trigger that.
whichever way, I'm confused on the directions, but,
South, north.
okay. Anyway, but if he's turning left, he's gonna end up blocking one side of the road. I just think a light would help that.
Yeah, I understand, and it's sort of, we just go by the warrants set by just sort of the industry standards, just because it's based on sort of lots of data over many years, and that's just what the analysis shows. But I mean, I understand that situation could come up with truck drivers out there.
Yeah, because I know at Dick Buchanan, I've seen a few pretty nasty accidents at that red light, so,
All down Murfreesboro Road.
yeah.
No further questions?
I have just one for staff, maybe legal, but I don't know. Do we need to defer this so that Bo can have conversations about the public easement, if that's appropriate or not? And either Jake or Gary can weigh in on that.
Yeah, I think Bo would definitely have a little bit, or probably a lot more insight as far as to why he is recommending the rezoning over the public or private easement access.
Well, the private is pretty, it's listed there. It's pretty simple. It's about
Yeah, as far as
emergency services, but
And Jake and I did look at length, since this is a plat, we looked at the subdivision regulations and their requirements about access. And we would like the opportunity to work some with Mr. Dodd, because it is not real straightforward the way it's worded in terms of whether public access or public right-of-way access versus easement access is required or not in this particular case. They're both listed in there, and just the wording was a little muddy to us.
so is that a yes or a no?
We would like more time to talk.
The long explanation.
Thank you, sir. With that, we'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to defer.
We have a motion to defer. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion deferred.
Thank you,
We will
guys.
see you at workshop. Thank you. Item number 14, preliminary plat, LaVergne Business Center, 2 lots totaling 29 acres, requested by Kimley Horn. Property located at 1701 Mars Street, tax map 14, parcels 46.01 and 25. I-1 Light Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Big Acquisitions LLC. Mr. Jake.
Thank you, sir. This item is for the preliminary plat for the LaVergne Business Center, which it was the item that we were just previously discussing. So yeah, we'll scroll down here to get some of the aerial imagery here so we can see that again. So there is the lot that we've been discussing on the previous item, bumping up to Minerva Drive right there. Let's see. There's just kind of a zoomed out version of the aerial, showing some relativity to Dick Buchanan Street on the west side of the image and Walmart, a little bit south of the property. So the property is currently zoned I-1 Light Industrial. And here are some of those images that we discussed on the previous item. Oh, excuse me. So this is just the home there that's at 1701, where the access will be cutting through to the property. Let's see. So here is the plat that's been submitted with the 2 lots. I will zoom in here so we can get a little bit better view of that. So you have lot 1 on the left side and lot 2 on the right, with a 3rd lot located down on the south side with the home that's currently built on it. So I will move on here to some of the staff comments. So basically, all the comments from planning are everything that we mentioned on the previous item. Nothing new from the concept plan submittal, and it looks like all of the engineering comments are addressed.
Thank you, sir. Questions or comments? None, we'll entertain a motion.
Just from a legal standpoint, do we need to defer the concept and plats kind of go together? And is there a ticking time frame for plats? I know we've got a couple of items that are ticking time bombs.
I don't have an answer on the time frame. You don't have to defer it. It may make more sense to do them together. I'll have to get back to you on a time frame. I don't know. I would think Mr. Logan would know more about that. Maybe Jake does. Sorry.
I do not have the time frame on the top of my head, but from my opinion, seeing as they kind of go hand in hand with each other and we're deferring the concept plan, I think that might be appropriate for the plat submittal also.
Thank you. Further questions? We will entertain a motion.
I make a motion to defer.
A motion to defer. Do we have a second?
Our second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 15, final plat Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2, and subdivision of common areas A and B of Section 2, Phase 1. 52 lots on 15.69 acres requested by SEC Inc. Property located on Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 20.04, PDR Planned Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Blair Road LLC. Mr. J.
Thank you, sir. This item is for the final plat of Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2. It is containing 52 lots with just a little under 16 acres. Let's see. Here is an aerial image of the lot being discussed with the mobile home park to the west of the lot in the image, and High Point 24, which in the image here is under construction, which is now being built on to the north of the lot. And this is just a little bit more zoomed out image of the lot here outlined in blue, with High Point 24 being over here and some apartments, and also the mobile home park being located to the west of the lot. So the lot is currently zoned PDR, which is right here in the stripe section outlined by blue. And below this, we have a couple images of the lot just to kind of give you an idea of what it looks like. So here's some of the construction that's currently, or it's been going on, in Portico Place. So there gives you an idea of just kind of some of the homes that are being built there and some of the architecture. And I will scroll down to the final plat here so we can take a look at that. So as you can see here, you can see the number of lots on the left side of the screen right here. So this will be the area that we are discussing right now. And I'll move on to comments here. There are no comments from planning, and it looks like that there are no comments from engineering also.
Very good, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Just one.
Yes, sir.
Third, this will be for the applicant.
If the applicant is here, would you come to the podium, please?
I'm just wanting to make sure lot 38 is buildable. We're not going to have a variance request or anything for that.
Lot 38 against the stream.
Okay.
Yes, it should.
And if you would name and
Oh,
address.
Craig
for the
Arian,
record.
101 Forest Crossing. Right.
Thank you very much, sir. Any further questions or comments while we have him at the podium?
It says here 52 lots, but they're showing 67.
Lot number 67.
It starts numbering at
It
16.
starts, the numbering's confusing,
Oh,
because it
okay.
includes one also, and it loops around.
Oh, okay, so it starts.
So there's 52 lots.
Okay,
but there-
thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. We have a second.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes. Item number 16, concept plan, burnt wood, creation of 8 lots and common area on 3.9 acres, requested by Huddleston Steel. Property located on Burnt Wood Drive and Vineyard Lane, tax map 32, parcel 6.03, R1 Low Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Gaddy Homes. Mr. Jake.
Sir, so this item is for the creation of 8 lots for the Burntwood subdivision. Let's see if I can scroll down to the image here. So you can see on the screen here, as I move over to the aerial imagery, it backs up to Blair Road right here, which is on the north side of the property right here on the screen on the north side. And it also borders Vineyard Lane and Burntwood Drive right here. So that's a really zoomed out aerial imagery right there, but there's the lot right there in the middle outlined in the blue, which backs up to the subdivision and the curve on Blair Road. So the lot is currently zoned. I can zoom in here, maybe get a better visual. R1 low density residential. So it's this orangish area right here, outlined in the blue, right under the curve of Blair Road. And we have some images here of what the lot currently looks like, which is this wooded area right here. So this right here is the lot that we're currently discussing. So I will move on down here. So we can see the concept plan. So as you can see in this image here, it's composed of 8 lots circling around a cul-de-sac, with all of the lots being fairly large, with majority of them being over a 1/4 acre lot. So they are fairly large size lots. As far as comments go, there's none from planning, and I believe that there is just one from the utility side that I will let Mr. Lott speak on.
Mr. Tatalovich requested that the existing water line be specifically labeled in 8-inch, and that was not done. However, it's a concept plan. The water line is shown in the correct place. There's nothing on this plan that is actually incorrect, and the 8-inch can be added at the preliminary plat level.
Very good, thank you. Have any questions or comments? Mayor?
Can we have the engineer?
Representative for this project, please come to the podium. State your name and address for the record.
Enoch Jarrett with Huddleston Steel Engineering in Murfreesboro.
Sir.
Hello, Enoch. Was lot 4 adjusted? I know we discussed that
We
workshop.
did, we moved the lot line between 4 and 5. 5 is smaller, 4 is larger. It's got quite a bit larger building envelope. You can have at least a 50 by 50 footprint on that lot easily to give it to the, I guess that'd be the north side of the lot. There is a power line, along Blair Road. So we made lot 4 larger to give it a larger footprint for a house. So it's got a nice size envelope.
Okay, and just for reference, to remind me, for 3 and 4, how far back off the road is the building envelope going to be?
It's about 60 feet from the right of way is with the power line. I guess you're talking about.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
I'm thinking future widening.
The right-of-way of Blair is 60 feet, I believe, which I assume meets your major thoroughfare plan, but I know that across the road, the Shafter property was looking at some development. I'm not sure, maybe some road improvements, I'm not sure are there. I heard discussions.
About getting together with them on that.
Yeah. What the Blair Road today is a ditch section street. We'll end up with a sidewalk along Blair, probably near the right of way. We could even put the sidewalk on lots 3 and 4 in an easement, to allow for future widening wouldn't be a problem. You're not, that's not going to be developable in any way with the power line. So we could put the sidewalk. We work with engineering when we submit our preliminary plat and construction plans and determine the best location for that sidewalk. But it could very easily be on lots 3 and 4 in an easement to allow for future widening.
You got that for final?
Yeah.
Very good. Any other questions or comments?
I make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you,
Thank you.
sir. Item number 17, recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Alderman, new zoning ordinance and zoning map. Do we have a update, sir?
Yes, so we don't have anything visually in the packet to look at on the screen, but Mr. Logan and I have been working with Ms. Williams and Mr. Brown on getting some things squared away in the ordinance and the map. I think Juliet might be able to speak a little bit more in detail on it than I will be.
Hello, Commissioners. Yes, we're still working on that, and I know we have been working on this for a while. It's a tremendous amount of work. However, we're still working with Todd. He is our GIS mapper for the city. We have some information from Smyrna, because we want to make sure that the Smyrna airport maps are correct. So that's what we're working on currently. But yes, we're hoping to have this done hopefully by the next workshop or so. So we're working hard, I promise.
Thank you. And for legal, with this being an agenda item, do we need to vote and defer? Or can we call it discussion?
Says recommendation.
We can go ahead and vote to defer. I think that's the best course of action.
Very good.
Well,
Mayor?
I'll make a motion to defer it, but I do want to make one statement once we have a motion and a second.
Thank you. We have a motion to defer. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
He wants a discussion.
Oh, it's discussion.
Yeah.
You didn't call it, sir.
I did just want to address from the
Thank you.
public comment period. This commission did honor every request that came to us for residents to maintain their current zoning. Not just Marlowe, but also the Fergus properties, the LaVergne Business Park property. Jefferson Pike. There are multiple ones. So our thought was if we're doing it for one, we're doing it for all, regardless of how we feel about these different properties. So so that I wanted to address that with this so that it's out there.
Thank you very much.
Now you can vote.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. And last item is bonds and letters of credit. Ma'am, if you don't mind.
Hi again. All the bonds, you should have a list in front of you. Everything's been updated. We do have one expiring in January. I have already reached out to the bank, and they are working on that. So besides that, everything looks good.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the board? With that, I would like to thank everyone for their time. It's been a wonderful year. We've gotten a lot done. And just thank you. Meeting adjourned.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is November the 20th, 2023. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first line of business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from our last meeting.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion from Commissioner Davison and a second from the young lady at the end of the table, Miss Felicia. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so I seen it up the other day, guys. The big snow rink is up and running and ready for business. So who's going to talk a little bit about this?
That's going to be Kathy.
All right.
Snow rink opens on December 1st. It'll be open from December 1st to the 17th. It's open Fridays, Saturday, and Sundays. It will not be open December 15th, and the first Sunday, which is December 3rd, from noon to 1 will be the special needs skate. And it's open to the general public from 1 to 6 that day. So Fridays are 5 to 9, Saturdays are noon to 6, and Sundays are noon to 6.
And this is all on social media?
It is. It got posted this morning, so all of the dates and times are out there.
If everyone could please share that, I know they would appreciate it. You say it's not going to be open on what day?
December 15th, that is a Friday.
What is that?
That is the city Christmas party. We don't have staff to man it.
That is right, the 15th. Yeah, I seen it up, so I was excited about it. You got the heaters, you got the skate rentals.
Yes, skates are free, so it's free to the public,
free skate.
including the skates. We've got all the amenities from before, the heaters, the skate aids, and so forth.
And we did expand it this year?
Last year, we doubled the size last year. So I believe it can accommodate up to 60 skaters at a time. It is on 1-hour sessions, so from 5 to 6. Let's say you show up at 5:20, you get on the rink, you still have to get off at 6. So you have the option to wait till 6 and get a full 45, 50 minutes with the skate changed, or you could elect to go ahead and get on, but then have to get off at 6. So it is every hour on the hour.
Do they need to schedule a time or just show up?
No, we're just doing show up. We've not met the maximum when we schedule in advance. The only day that we had that was on the Winter Festival Day, and people got stuck in the parade traffic, so scheduling kind of messed up the process. They would get there 30 minutes late because of the traffic, and then they would only get their 30-minute skate time. So it is first come, first serve.
Any questions?
Is there a volunteer sign-up sheet this year?
The only day we're actually taking volunteers is on the Winter Festival Day. That is December 2nd. We can make a sign-up sheet. I know the high school, they're working on getting me some of the volunteers for that day.
Okay.
We've not had enough foot traffic, so with the staff the other days, we're able to accommodate that.
Would that count, volunteering down there, would that count towards that scholarship thing? That
I
program?
believe so. I believe
a
so.
lot of the kids from high school, the high school beta club, that's what they use that.
Beta Club, that's what I was trying to think. What, do y'all got a paper you sign for them or something?
There is a form, yes, and usually I have a teacher at the school that she coordinates that, and then she gets everybody lined up and in contact with me with the form.
And in case it's super cold, we got a tent with a heater, heaters on the ice, out on the tennis court.
We do have, yes, we do put the heaters down on the tennis court near the benches for the skate swap. I think we're putting a tent on the court with the skates this year.
The skates will be on the court this year, and then so will the waivers also. So everything will be on the court this year.
That sounds a lot more convenient.
And up on the grass, yeah.
Well, and it was up in the parking lot, but it
the
helps
parking
us
lot,
because
yeah.
a lot of the kids would try to wear the skates on the pavement. So if it's down on the court, it helps us keep up to make sure they either are on the rink or the mats.
Gotcha.
Any questions about the snow rink? All right, we'll move on to the Parade of Lights and the Winter Festival.
Right. Both of those are December 2nd. Winter Festival is from 3 to 8 p.m. at the park. Parade starts at 5 p.m. here at City Hall and filters into the park. This year's theme is Peace on Earth, which y'all know. Grand Marshal is Aaron Bach. Pictures with Santa will be around 6:30 to 8. Once they arrive at the park, we'll open that up for pictures. And as far as that event goes, you've got the vendors, snack vendors. The snow rink will be open till 8 o'clock that Saturday. Pretty much that's it for that particular Saturday. Something I wanted to bring up maybe for next year is to separate the tree lighting and have it earlier, maybe at the end of November, and separate it from the Parade of Lights. Just so we can have the tree lighting up here at City Hall. It's something to think about for next year. This year, it's all included.
We definitely needed to do some kind of change. I noticed even last year, people were still trying to get in and still trying to get there, and so they did miss the tree lighting, and that was one of the issues here with the traffic. So maybe we have 2 separate events for that. I do like that idea.
I would like that. Just, I prefer the tree to be at City Hall, but that's just me. But yeah, and we'll have fireworks are iffy. I don't know. I shouldn't say that one. With the weather out, the conditions, I don't know if we'll have those this year.
Well, I think we could do the tree lighting here and then have the coraliers. It's a little more smaller, a little more intimate. And then up there is all of your vendors and people and kids and running and stuff. And I don't know that we get as many people really paying attention with that. So I could see that being 2 separate events. And most people put their trees up the day after Thanksgiving.
So, and the choir will be at the Winter Festival singing as well. So that is one thing we'll have again this year. So,
What is the date for the Parade of Lights?
December 2nd.
So if the tree lighting was here, then you're saying have it earlier and then have the parade a week later?
Just something to think about for next year, yes.
Because you'd have to, if you did all that at once, you'd have to parade from the park down here.
Correct. And that's the way it used to be until
Yeah,
we
I know.
added the Winter Festival and then we swapped it. So,
I don't see why we couldn't do 2 separate,
And you could have 2 trees, you could have 2 tree lightings. With us decorating City Hall, we would like to have a tree out here, so we could do 2 separate ceremonies. Have this one more small and low-key, and then the day of the parade, blow it out up there.
You think we could squeeze in 2 separate good weather weekends in a row?
Well, it wouldn't have to be a weekend. We could do it on Friday night, or we could even do it on a Wednesday night, or even after a board meeting one night.
That would be nice.
So, Kathy, do you have vendors' names?
vendors' names.
Yeah, I mean, you said there's going to be vendors there?
Maybe
I've
just
got-
what kind of vendors would
I've
be
got
better.
craft vendors, popcorn vendors.
That's what I mean.
Okay, I was gonna say I don't have every name. Hot chocolate.
Coffee?
Nobody's listed coffee yet. Oh, although Kona Ice bought a coffee truck, so they might be doing coffee. They listed hot chocolate, but it might include coffee as well. Kettle corn. I'm trying to
Is the,
Other snack.
I've got some other snack vendors. I just can't think of it at the top of my head. And then I've got some.
Like a cup of chili.
Yeah, like the high school is having a booth that's doing a fundraiser, maybe a small cup of chili and a hot dog. And they're doing hot chocolate as well. And then the craft vendors.
Did we find a sleigh yet?
We did not find a sleigh, but I think the fire truck's going to be available for that night. So I think we're good there.
Yeah.
We're gonna pull people with the fire department?
Oh, you were talking about, I'm sorry, you were talking about the horse-drawn carriage. We were looking for a sleigh because one of the fire trucks were out of commission.
Right. We were trying to Santa and Mrs. Claus. We were working on that before. No, we did not. The horse and buggy, the horse and carriage, he was not able, he said his horses couldn't go up the hill. And we were not able to find a different person that had the horse and carriage that was available. So,
Well, I'm sad I missed it last year then.
yeah.
Are you trying to do anything with the seniors over there? They do hot chocolate or anything?
We haven't gotten that far yet. I know, I don't know if last year, I think there's 2 years that they missed it. So as of right now, we initially thought we were going to be able to, but we're so strapped with staff right now, we're not sure we're going to be able to pull that off.
Okay. You guys that may or may not know Mr. Aaron Bach, reach out to him on Facebook. He's on my friend's page. Him and his wife are super, super great people. He's in the military. He's a hefty guy, real nice, real friendly. So if you get the opportunity, reach out to him on Facebook.
And what does he do?
He's in the military.
What would we reach out to him for?
Oh, he's going to
the
be
Grand
the
Marshal.
Oh, I'm sorry.
for the
Okay.
parade.
Sorry.
I guess for my own personal being, so I can think about it, when and what time do we need to be where for the parade?
Parade starts at 5, so you're going to want to be here. I haven't done the emails yet. It's going to be around 3 o'clock for lineup because we've got so many people funneling in that you're going to have to get there to be able to get to your spot. So, but I'll get the emails out to everybody.
And this year, there's three bands, Antioch, Cane Ridge, and LaVergne will be in the
Nice.
parade.
Cool.
So, lots of kids.
Lots. We've
Lots
got
of
one
children.
dance group that said they have 120.
And because it's after dark, we cannot throw candy.
Correct, yes.
Or anything else.
Or anything else. Nothing can be thrown.
Almost got my head knocked off one year by a Bible.
You,
Hush. Hush.
all right. Anybody got any more questions about the Parade of Lights or the Winter Festival? All right, we will move on to Brookside Park.
Yeah, we put that on there. I won't say there has been some development, but it's kind of really been slow. You know, I think we got awarded the grant maybe in 2019 for the Brookside Park. Costs have gone up considerably, so we wanted to bring this before you guys so you were aware. At our next BOMA workshop, this is going to be a topic for discussion for them to kind of see where we're at with that and then kind of go over the cost to see. Estimated costs on the city side have tripled. There was $200,000 put in the budget for this project. We're not going to be able to do it for that. Realistically, we're probably looking minimum $600,000, $700,000 on the city side. So that's going to be for the board to decide whether they want to move forward with accepting that grant, which we have accepted the grant. My understanding is if we don't move forward with that, we would just have to pay back the state any money that they have vested in that so far.
What's just the economy? What caused it to go up so much?
It's a little bit of that. The equipment cost for the playground really hasn't gone up considerably enough to justify all that. It's in a floodplain over there. So when we started, it's going to be a little more extensive dirt work now than when we first imagined it. The new city engineer coming on board, he has taken a look at some of the numbers, and the preliminary numbers didn't match up to what he had or what he was throwing out, the first guy. That's gone up. The equipment has gone up. The pavilion has gone up. So we are looking at roughly, Andrew, you may have better figures than I do. We're probably looking at a minimum $600,000 easy on our side.
But you gotta realize COVID hit, everything's gone up.
Oh, I understand, and if you would have said that it's doubled, I would have said, well, that's it, but triple. So it's $600,000 approximately. And then what was the grant for?
The grant is for 200,000. It's about 202 on the city side right now. It's a matching grant, 50-50. They put up half, we put up half. Originally started out at 162. COVID hit. They knew prices were going up, so they added, I think, 20 or 25% to that. They took it to about 202 on our side. Same on there. So right now we're looking at a little under 404. The pavilion, did you get the printout of the pavilions?
I'll give you a couple of figures. Just the play structure and surfacing is right at 138,000, and your shelter is about 155,000. So that's just 2 items. That's not including your parking lot, your walking trail, any kind of amenities such as your signage or your trash cans, benches. Also with T-Deck, you're having some electrical utilities and water put on site. So that's additional cost. So just alone, just on the play structure and the shelter, you're looking at close to what we initially thought the cost would be, not including any additional sidewalks, parking lot, things of that nature.
And I think the only good way to get a cost estimate would be to put this out for I don't want to say a fake bid, a preliminary bid, just to get some numbers back. But then again, are you going to run into that where we're going to put this bid out and whoever bids on it knows that it's going to have to go back out again because the funds are going to have to be approved? Now, with that being said,
have to go back out again for bid, I don't think.
okay.
I think that the funds would have to be approved and there would have to be a budget amendment, possibly. But
And with
you
that-
wouldn't have to rebid it.
Yeah, and with that being said, we don't know what the costs are going to be at this point. I think there's an option out there that when we take that grant from TDEC, we are tied into that for the life of you and me. And this one down here, the grant for this park was in 1977. So we're tied to that money forever. It doesn't matter if it's 10 years, 50 years. My understanding is that money has to be reallocated somewhere. The only way we were able to get out of this grant here was to move that park to a different location, and it freed this spot up. So just say I'm 56. If we take this grant money, and when Andrew's 56, we're still going to be tied to it. So whatever you do, you still have to abide by those TDEC specs.
Yeah,
I think we could do the project in-house.
just like when he's talking about T-Deck, like your play surface, they require to be ADA that you have to have the pour and play rubber surfacing. So I don't know, back when Veterans Park, before we changed it to mulch, it used to have the rubber on there. Rubber's close to $80,000 to $100,000, whereas a load of mulch is less than $5,000. So when we accept their grant, we have to meet their specifications. Even though mulch meets ADA specifications, we have to meet what the state requires us. And that's just a sample of what $75,000 difference right there on one item. So like I said, when we're tied to them, we're tied to their requirements completely on every aspect of the job.
I don't ever remember asking a question like this, but I think would be a good time. Does anybody or any, I don't really know how to ask it, but anyway, go out to big corporations here in LaVergne? I mean, we got some big ones, and ask for donations to help build parks for kids and stuff. Has that happened, Felicia? You'd probably know that.
They've gone out and asked, they've supported what is now the LaVergne Festival. They used to support, Bridgestone used to support quite a bit of that festival. I can remember back in the day when, of course, that was when our public relations person did it. So they had time in the day more than our Parks Department has in their day to go out and actually
Well, that's what
go
I
out
was.
and ask for it.
That's what I was.
And yes, they used to go out and ask for it in Bridgestone. You might not get as much from some of the smaller ones, but TDS used to always give money, Bridgestone.
But I know over the last,
Parthenon, I think, has given money, Parthenon Metals, Quality. About the time Ajax Turner come in, they may have done some things, but we kind of quit going,
that's kind of,
that I know of, they quit going out asking for it.
that's kind of what I was thinking, because I know in the last, all those companies you just mentioned have been around for ages. And
Yes,
in the last 5 years, there has been some huge warehouses and things built, especially over in Center Point and stuff. And even though that's a lot of money, and I don't know who they are, but it almost feels like we need to have somebody to write something up, help with the community, especially parks and the children, and go to these big corporations. And $600,000 is a very minute amount, but I don't know who they are or who that person is. But I know that Smyrna does it. I know, and I'm not comparing. It's a different thing. But I know a lot of other communities have people that
They sponsor them. You'll see the signs.
sponsor and make donations to the city to build that particular thing. And I just wonder who that person or persons would be that could do that. And because, you know, if you got 8 or 10, 15 or 20 big corporations that's giving X amount of dollars,
I'll be the first one to tell you I wouldn't mind doing it, but my job prohibits me from asking for dollars.
well, and that's what I'm saying,
My
see?
position
And I,
prohibits me from asking.
yeah, and I certainly was not asking you.
No, but I do know that our PR in the past has been the one that went and asked for
And
it.
they can do that?
Yeah. It can be done. They would do letters and mail letters to places and then go out too.
Is that anything, David, that you guys would be interested in trying to take part in? And
Well, and I'm not real sure how that would work with a grant, with the state funded grant. I don't know if it matters where the funding comes from. You know, the deadline on this grant is August 2025. So it's really not that far away from here. It's 2 years. We really haven't even done anything. Once everything gets approved, you could probably build that in 6 months. But without knowing what the costs were, because it is coming back before the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, we wanted to get in front of you guys first. Could we build that park for way less money than what it's going to cost us? Probably, and not be tied to the TDEC grant. But on the front end, you wouldn't have the parking or the walking trail. And I don't know how big of a draw that's going to be with it being a neighborhood park anyway. We're looking more for the foot traffic. It's going to have 13 parking spots, I think. So could you lose some stuff on the front end but still provide a park? Yes. It all depends on what the board, which direction they wanted to go in. Is there other things in the city that would take precedence over an additional $400,000 or $500,000? I don't know. That'd be up for an elected official to answer. Those people need a park on that side of town, no doubt. I think we could provide them something.
Could you say that what streets is that supposed to be?
it's out there if you go across the interstate to the three-way stop. Make a right on the three-way stop, you go down, and it's on the left back in there. But I don't know, I feel like there ought to be someone to send those letters out, like Felicia was saying, and you take corporations like Amazon and some of those men, you know, that is just in my
In
opinion,
their news, so.
yeah, it's in their wheelhouse.
Within the park, there could be like placards saying sponsored by, like this area, sponsored by whatever company is, you know.
Yeah, and I'm assuming it would be some sort of write-off or something for them or something, you know.
Yeah, they would get a letter from the city for their donation, thanking them for their donation.
Not only that, just the reputation of the company, showing.
But I know
Yes.
I know other cities have things and it says this, like,
Yeah, the
this area was donated by this corporation or this company or this person. I mean, they have people down there that, but I don't know I don't know where to begin with that, but there's gotta be somebody.
I was kind of thinking along the same lines as David, that, being tied to the money and everything that they're requiring, if we feel like in-house that we can at least put a playground there,
Well, we know we can put a playground there, and we can use, it wouldn't have to go out for bid. The city could use a purchasing cooperative, Omnia, that's nationwide, I believe.
It is.
If we are tied to the grant, the state of Tennessee will not let you go nationwide. It has to be a program that has a state of Tennessee contract. And to the best of our knowledge, there's not a playground manufacturer.
I've been going through them for other things, and I haven't seen anything with playgrounds.
Yeah, I don't think there is one out there with the state of Tennessee contract.
But any kind of, even with the grant money, there's no law or rule that says that the city cannot still ask for donations to help fill the void. Is
Yeah,
it?
I would hate to answer that because this is our first step off into it as a staff, as a grant, other than the dog park, which that was a lot more streamlined. Felicia may have some light on that.
I know that this one back here was a big issue, because it's, I'm leery of grants like this, that you're stuck to forever. I mean, I'm leery of them myself, and I don't even do the grants, but I'm leery of using them, because then they're telling us how we have to do everything.
And that's pretty much correct. And like the park, I
and-
think the park up there may be tied to a grant, and it's maybe in 96, was Veterans built in 96 maybe?
And while I agree sometimes that pour it and play is good, but kids get up there and pick and tear it up. And then that's just as dangerous, if not more, than having mulch and
So you
stuff.
have to use that rubber?
Yes, sir.
According to the
According
grant?
to CDAC. Now, playground mulch, which is a specific type of mulch that we buy, like for
Is
veterans.
rubberized.
Well, it's not rubberized. It is wood mulch. It's just shredded differently. That way it's not sharp for the kids. That is a ADA acceptable material. It's just that it has to maintain so many inches of surfacing at all times. So you know how kids get underneath the swing and kick it out? That would be deemed non-ADA because it's not so many inches. So that's why TDEC requires to have pour and play surfacing, because it would maintain structure the same amount of inches at all times. Whereas the city, if we do it, our costs are significantly lower. We are not mandated by TDEC. So that, like I said, that's just one topic that would save us thousands of dollars. Whereas, and like David said, we could go out there, basically put a playground structure, some swings. It'd be a neighborhood walk park right now. And in the future, it would come back before BOMA for additional funding if we wanted to add additional amenities to it. So if we want to do a structure or some parking, sidewalks, I know the trail that's already there at Brookside, if we wanted to tie it back into that, that would be stuff we could come back to you all as far as BOMA and in the future.
Well, I'm thinking about how many issues we had with that parking lot over here at the Greenway. It's a flood zone. That's a flood zone. So if you just put the playground in, let the families walk to it, then they don't have to deal, and we don't have to deal with parking issues from the flood zone and it tearing up all of that asphalt and what have you. And typically that I would say that's such a smaller neighborhood than what we have over in Lake Forest. And most people are, on a nice day, you're gonna put your child in the stroller, you're gonna go to the park. You know, they have, you know, lunchtime, nap time, and you're gonna go back home. We don't necessarily, right at the moment, need a structure.
And-
We don't necessarily need the parking, but if we can get those families a playground, I'm all for that. And we're not bound to do things like putting in that parking lot that kind of takes away from the green space as well. And then you have issues with it.
You know, even when you talk about the issues at the Greenway, if it does flood over at Brookside, that rubber is going to push up and float away. So we just lost money floating down the river. If there's
And
some
we're gonna
massive,
have to repair it.
and then we have to have the cost and the funds to repair it. So mulch is a lot cheaper in the long run. And that's, like I said, that's just one example of cost savings. And when you go through Omnia, which is the Sourcewell or Omnia, you get a discount on your structure. So if this is bid out to a contractor, they're going to mark it up anyway. And when I talked to the playground rep the other day, usually from what they quote to us, there can also be another roughly 10% discount to the city for using Omnia contracting. So that's another cost savings that we can do or have by being in-house again.
And the shelter was originally supposed to be donated by the builder. On the front end, TDEC said, go ahead and add that in as a cost on the city side, so it's all one project. Because anything you want in that area, you need to have it inside that first scope. If they approve that first scope 5 years down the road, we want to add a bridge across the river, across the creek, from the neighborhood to the park, we can't do that because it was not in that original scope.
I will tell you right now, you will not get a $200,000 bid for a playground.
Oh, no, no way.
No.
The structure, you will not get a bid when you bid it out for that.
So is the entire place that you're trying to develop, is everything in the flood zone?
I think that whole area is in the flood zone.
It's right
I think
beside a creek, I believe.
And I think,
creek is where they're going to do the dirt work.
and when dirt work plays into it, you know, it's a cul-de-sac there now. So in order to build the parking level with the cul-de-sac, they're going to have to bring in tons of dirt. So dirt costs a lot of money also. And then they're
So-
wanting to build up on this side of the property to put the play structures on also.
I don't remember the entire thing being a flood zone. Seemed like certain parts of it. So if the entire thing is a flood zone, other than a greenway, would it even be smart to even try to put a playground there? Because like you said, if it floods, it's pretty much over.
Well, unfortunately, most playgrounds in America are put in flood zones because most parks are put in areas that are non-usable. So
Yeah, the builders can't develop. The
Well, I'm talking about the playground particularly.
I think the playground would be more on the upper side, closer to the houses, and then there would be the side closer to the actual river or creek there would be more of just an open green space for kids to play on. So I think that's the main flood zone, but I think with TDEC and engineers, they're wanting to put everything closer towards the homes, so that way, and we would probably do the same thing. It's just our cost would be cheaper.
And we don't have the rules of TDEC.
And we don't have the rules. And when we work with our playground rep, they give us a price to install it. So they install it, they sell us the equipment, everything goes through government pricing.
That just sounds like a better deal to me, all the way around, not be bound and not have to deal with the parking, the asphalt, the things that cost so much when the families just want a playground.
Well, you
And we
gotta
always
realize
add
if you go through the state, you have to bid it out or you have to have a state contract. We cannot go through this Omnia. If it's a grant, we will not be able to use the Omnia pricing.
You know, it's pretty cool to have a board member up here that's that smart. You know what, I like that. But I know this has been talked about for years and years, so I don't have
So if we were to decide to do it in-house, and we say no thank you, and we give the grant back, what was that we might have to pay some money, or no?
I think we would have to pay them any money that they have put forth towards the project now. Don't hold me to it. I think it's probably less than $20,000, maybe somewhere around 18,000.
For like the plans?
Don't know that for a fact. It may come back and it may be $60,000. I don't know. Do we cut our losses on the front end and move forward with
That's
something
kind of what I
else?
think.
Or do we keep
Sounds
chasing
like
our
a
tail
common
and
sense
throwing
approach.
money and more money, and then we get into this project and we realize, oh, that's not what we thought it was. Now we're gonna have to back up and punt, and it's gonna cost us more money.
And let's just be realistic right now, the inflation, nothing's gonna come back down, and not a lot of people are willing to just fork over a bunch of money, even if they can write it off. Everybody's kind of, stressing right now. So if we can move forward with a playground and let that grant go, just to get them a nice playground that we choose.
And we can always add on later.
Yeah, and
As
later
Well,
we
you have
can
the-
add on.
Years,
They
yeah.
can't tell us that we
Have
can't.
the 3 play structures, which was a swing set unit, a climbing, was it 5 to 12?
5 to 12. I think the way it was, age ranges were 2 to 12, and then there was also a spinner, and then I believe there were some swings that we had originally quoted. I'll tell you, the cost of our play structure and surfacing, if we had to go through two-deck and just a ballpark of what our playground rep, and the engineering company's using the same rep that we currently use for all of our playgrounds now, was right at $138,000. The same play structure, if the city was to do it with mulch, not the pour and play rubber, $81,000.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely a no-brainer.
So how much money have we already budgeted for this job?
130 what?
The play structure and surfing was roughly $138,000.
I think the city has budgeted roughly 202,000, somewhere in that area.
So if we have budgeted without the grant, we could put that in and maybe, like you said, add a bridge or add some benches or something.
Benches would be good.
But this is the part, if you're gonna do that in-house, this would be the part to where we would need that somebody to reach out to these big corporations and see if they would make donations towards building a park for the kids. Is that correct? We're not involving grant money, it's just private?
Yeah, you could do that and see what kind of funds you could solicit. This money's already in our budget. The $202,000 is already in our budget for this project.
But if we had somebody to go out to them big corporations and get another, I don't know, I'm just throwing out numbers, probably another $100,000.
Then we could maybe add on more playground equipment and benches and trash cans and things. But I mean, for $81,000 just for that right there, there's already extra money to do some of those things.
Yeah, that's a
And then maybe the money
$50,000
that you
savings.
solicit, if we manage to get any, would be for a shelter or something along those lines. But I'm
So where
fully
do
on
you,
board with the city doing that.
so where do we go from here with this?
Well, this will be a discussion item on the Board of Mayor and Alderman workshop. We didn't want it to get to them without you guys being aware of it and you guys being the Park Advisory Board and you catch wind of it, of the BOMA members talking about it and not have a clue as to, you sit on this board and you volunteer your time. We just felt it was prudent that we gave you guys that information first.
So are we supposed to take some kind of yay or nay about what?
I wouldn't think so, not as being an advisory committee. I think it's going to boil down to whether the elected officials feel comfortable moving forward, not knowing exactly what the cost is going to be and being tied to that TDEC loan, that grant forever, or if we're going to be like, okay, let's see what we can do.
Well, I'm just gonna tell them that Felicia Anderson said no.
And I will second that.
And that is not gonna hurt my feelings.
I think it's just, like Rick said, it's just kind of common sense. If we already have X amount budgeted and we can do it for under that amount now,
I think,
I wouldn't.
We can do most of it, we can't do it all, but.
well,
No.
we can do the majority of it. Some of the dirt work would probably have to, I don't know if we could do that in-house. Some of that would have to be contracted out. I think people hear grant money, and it's like, well, why don't you get a grant money? There's grant money for this, there's grant money for that.
Because we don't want our
Free money
hands
is always
tied.
not free money.
Right.
If you're tied to it for the rest
Ever.
of your life.
Cause it comes with a lot of, stipulations.
And then you think, okay, how much cheaper can we do this if we don't have to give you guys professionally stamped design plans at every step of the way?
So you're gonna bring this to us here in a couple of weeks?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And I guess the only, I don't wanna ask those, that'd be too premature as far as manpower, ETA and things like that. We'll just cross that bridge when we come to it.
Well, the deadline, if we move forward with the grant, the deadline is August 2025, and I'm not sure that will be pushed back any. And during this time, we're still paying an engineering firm for every time.
But we wanna get that built way before then.
2025.
Oh, yeah, we don't want to push that deadline, but we are still, we're just at the beginning stages of this now. There's a bunch of hoops to jump through, more so than we thought. And, I don't know, the dog park was on a smaller scale, and we're not tied to that money forever, I don't think. That's totally different.
Right there's the key. You're tied to their specs forever. And if it comes in and floods, we're responsible for going back with the pack of
repairing it,
that
yeah.
plate.
You have to build it back to their specs.
Yes.
I
We
understand.
can't go back and are we gonna have the money then? Or do we wanna spend the money then on that when we could be spending it on another park somewhere else?
So, Andrew, are you talking about the kind of mulch that we have up here or the rubber mulch?
That if we were to do it ourselves, it'd be the wood fiber mulch, just like we put at Veterans.
Okay. All right. Any more questions about this?
Yes. Who do we have that in the city of LaVergne? Now, LaVergne has a public relations arm but they deal mainly, I think, with our image and reaching out to other communities and things like that. But who do we have that we could delegate, so to speak, or task with maybe getting grants for parks and things like that? Reach out to these corporations. Who do we have that we can say, hey, can you do this for us, or would you do this for us, or hey, do this for us? Who is there?
We do have a grant writer.
But you can't ask them for donations.
Yeah,
probably.
see, and I don't know if that's in her scope of work or not, or if that would be entitled to somebody else.
So it would pretty much have to be, from what you guys are saying, it would almost have to be Ann.
Or would it be us to actually?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know what all her duties are. That she does the image, she does all the media, she does all the press releases, and I don't know. Her plate is kind of pretty full. I'd hate to say, yeah, it's Ann when she can't. She's so tied up that she wouldn't be able to handle it. So I don't have a good answer for you there. I think there is some big, large corporations that definitely, we could tap. But as far as dedicating one person to that, I don't know if we've ever really done that before.
Yeah, so I guess my real question is okay, there are all these corporations around here, like all the new ones that we've got in Bridgestone and the traditional ones that have contributed here. But just how do we do that? How do we go about contacting them? Who would do that?
Right, is it a letter? Is it a phone call? Is it?
I make
something that we could create and send out?
I make a motion for Felicia to find that out.
I think it's the department head's responsibility.
Well, it's gotta come on their letterhead, that's for sure.
That's my bad ear.
I mean, other than, like Jody said, the letterhead and writing it up professional and making it sound good.
And the benefits.
If we send 100 out and we get 15,
Yeah, right.
Absolutely, that's 15 we didn't have.
That's exactly right, yeah.
so I don't know how much time that takes.
It would be just one letter, just change the address, right? And then
I make a motion that we delegate Steve No to find this out.
I second that.
I can find out. I mean, I'll ask. I will definitely. Has this been done before, David, or do you know?
I'm not aware, Felicia.
Yes,
I'll
it
throw
has
you under
been
the bus.
done. It was done back in the day. It's, of course, I'm dating myself.
Well, no, but we're looking.
That's how the money came and the music money came for the festival in the park.
We're looking for you for
To pay
guidance.
for the money, to pay the bands and to pay, that 1 year, I think Bridgestone paid for T. Brown Brown.
Now, we
I don't know
do,
if it's Bridgestone or maybe TDS.
I was here. I remember. I was here. That's when. What's his name was?
Ronnie Irwin.
now we do that
I remember that.
in-house. Kathy does that for our fall festival. Something this scale,
And she does that because the city pays for that now.
right, something this
Used to, we
scale,
got donations for.
yeah,
We got
I wouldn't feel
donations.
comfortable volunteering her to do that because her plate is full now. I think we need to move forward with the park, and I think we got some money budgeted that could get the majority of it done if we backed off from the other. But that's not, people hear grant money and they're moving forward.
I'll find out.
One way or the other.
I'll see what I can come up with, and then I'll text you guys or something. I'll try to find out. See, I mean, I don't mind.
I know this is something that's been done in the past.
can't imagine why it couldn't
Like
be
the
done.
Old Timers Festival, the whole
In the
thing,
past or back in the day?
whichever you want to say.
I was just gonna say, what's the difference?
What's the difference?
There's no difference.
Okay.
I said I'm dating
That's a
myself,
good
I'll admit it.
That's a good discussion. I think we all are on the board with the fact that we need to get these children and parents something over there on that side of town. That's I think we're all in agreement with that. I just think we need to find out the best way to get there. It sounds like Andrew and David and Kathy and Sheila's got some ideas, and
definitely watch the Board of Aldermen workshop, Board of Mayor and Aldermen, because there's going to be some input, I'm sure, from the city's engineer. You've got two of them in-house. You got Kyle Brown and then Gary. So they're far more intelligent on this stuff than I am, so I'm sure the board will pick their brain there.
I will pick their brains before the meeting, and
Poor Kyle Brown.
yeah.
He still gets picked as the engineer to go to.
All right, let's see. The only question that I have before we turn to comments and stuff is, can you give us just a short scenario on what's going on with soccer?
The RFP is out.
The RFP does open on December the 14th. I believe it's 11 a.m. here in the boardroom.
You're welcome to come.
Yeah, you are welcome to come. As far as anyone reaching out to us, the gentleman that came before you all is the only one that's reached out to me, and that was a couple weeks ago. But other than that, there's no updates. And we are having a meeting on December the 18th, so whoever puts in for that RFP will bring that before you all during that meeting.
Now, on the 18th, will those people be here for us to ask questions?
Yes, I will definitely request that.
Okay, then we will go from there. Any questions about soccer? Seems like a lot of waiting game here. Christmas time coming up, gonna be a lot of things, you know. All right. Anybody have any questions, comments?
Yes, I do. So,
Shocking.
it should be in an email to David and Kathy and maybe Sheila. I'm not sure who all got it. But the chamber is wanting the city of LaVergne to do a mural. They don't care where. They listed some places, but we can pick our own place. And they are wanting to give $1,500 towards a mural. Of course, I think I heard City Hall, but we already have a nice one over here. So the thought was possibly up at Veterans Park, maybe on the side of one of the concession stands, a nice baseball mural. It could even just be a baseball and a softball. And so in order to collect this money, the only thing that the work does not have to be done right now, but they have to have an invoice by, I believe, December 1st. And the only thing they are requiring on this mural is hashtag.
I think it was like Visit Rutherford.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Did you all get an email about that?
Yes, sir. Yep.
So I was thinking it would be nice up at Veterans Park on one of the concession stands, just a nice baseball mural.
But would $1,500 cover a mural?
I have no idea about that.
You'll get a $1,500 mural, whatever it is. Have you all
Get
talked?
what you paid for.
Have you all talked about that or thought about
This
it?
is it. This only came about a week or so ago, so we were trying to make sure what we were going to do and where it was going to go. And,
That's just my thought. Whatever y'all decide to do, but that was my thought.
That'd be good.
Is that something you need to talk about with the beautification board?
well, they don't meet till December the 18th. So
When's it gotta be done?
By the 1st. The invoice by the 1st. The mural whenever. But it needed to be,
They need to allocate that money right there.
it needed to be talked
In the
about
budget.
here as to whether Parks and Rec would want this. Whether that's
I
beautification.
think that's gonna be between you
however.
guys, have to make a decision on
I
that.
mean, we could, yeah, well, I mean, we could definitely do it. I don't know what the, what the end cost is gonna be. If it's gonna cost us money, then it just, we'd have to do a budget amendment to cover the rest of it, because it's not a budgeted item, but
Who does the mural?
How much was the other
They
one?
get to pick that as
on
well.
City Hall?
this one was $7,000.
So typically, I think you could go to, I think it's Carpe
Artista.
Artista. They have lots of freelance artists that do things, and so that may be someone we reach out to.
Yeah, I don't think the city's gonna go for spending any more money on a mural. I don't know.
No, they give you the money to do it.
Well, they give you
so.
$1,500.
Right.
I don't
But
know,
if it's just like you said, a softball or a football,
Right.
I mean, how
I don't know
expensive could it be?
how much $1,500 buys in a mural.
I mean, either, yeah.
Does it dictate the size that the mural has to be?
Do you remember?
I don't think so.
So if it didn't have to be huge, then maybe we
Just
could
a
get it for
baseball.
$1,500.
If I might say, of course, it's been a few years, that beautiful painting there was less than $1,000.
Honoring our past building, that one, that, okay.
I definitely think something can be
And that
done for
took days to
$1,500.
do.
It's whether, do we want to put it on a wall? Can we have it painted on a 4x8 sheet of plywood and that mounted to the wall and covered in plexiglass? Our only concern is when you get away from here, what if we put $1,500 in there and that gets tagged 2 days after it's been painted?
Yeah.
We need to do, are we responsible for going back and fixing that also? I don't know. I don't know the full
I
parameters.
kind of like
of
that
it.
idea of putting plexiglass over it, and I don't know that there was any real specifications. It was just a mural, as long as you put the hashtag in there, wherever you want to put it, whatever you want to put, just so they have the hashtag here in LaVergne somewhere on something, so.
I guess all y'all gotta do is just send in the invoice and be done with that part.
And then you can take it to the beautification people and
And
go
if
from
it don't,
there.
if it's over that, you can kill it.
Hey, if Felicia's doing everything else tonight, we'll just let her invoice.
She just take, I'm
I
changing.
can make an invoice. No, thank you.
All right, anything else? We're getting into Greenway time. Anything else? All right, so our next board meeting will be December the 18th, 2023 at 6 p.m. Appreciate all you guys showing up, appreciate your input. I think we got I haven't talked about it in a long time, but I feel like we got a great park and rec board. I love the input, I love the questions, and with this soccer thing next month, I hope you guys come ready to ask a lot of questions, and you know, let's keep the city moving forward, and everybody have a eat well Thursday. Have a big old Thanksgiving. With that, I will call this meeting adjourned.
Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. We're glad you're tuning in. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. We got a great show for you today. And if you don't notice, if you're watching the show, we are on location at Prentice Cooper State Forest, and we got Miss Mimi Barnes helping me co-host.
Happy to be here as usual.
Yeah.
Always a fun day.
I enjoy coming out and visiting with Mimi and shooting shows with her. She's a great host. And today we are with Marty Griffith and Patrick Bowker, correct?
That's correct. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you for being out here. Yeah, appreciate you guys having us, and I'm just excited to chat about what all goes on out here and what you can get into at Prentice Cooper.
Oh, good. We don't have enough time for that. That's all.
It is a unique location for sure.
Yeah.
Partnership with State Forest, but
Yeah.
we'll let the experts talk about that. I don't know anything.
Definitely. Yeah, that's why we're here. We're here to learn about it. And before we get started, I want to highlight just the fact that we appreciate our radio partners out there. Don't have a specific one to highlight today, but we appreciate those guys who play the show and get it out there to those folks in those communities who like to hunt and fish, and it's great to be on the radio. And also thanks for watching and on the YouTube station and our YouTube channel and Facebook and all those other platforms. We're out there everywhere, and just appreciate everybody watching. Oh, and Carbon TV. We're now on Carbon TV if you don't know that.
Yeah, that's
So,
awesome.
yeah, go check it out on Roku or just Google Carbon TV. You'll find it. So anyway, Mimi, thank you. How do we want to get started today? What kind of angle you want to hit today?
I always love starting with hearing about our employees. I'm so proud of the great work that happens in not just this region, but across the entire state, and feel like I work with the best people in the whole world. So
Definitely.
let's start off hearing a little bit about these two.
Let's do it. Who do you want to start with? Marty?
Go ahead, Patrick. We'll let you start.
All right, Tim.
Pass the buck.
I'll pass it.
Tough act to follow. My name's Patrick Bowker. I've came to TWRA about almost 3 years ago. It's kind of a career change. This is my encore career.
There you go.
And it's been the best thing I've done. I mean, it's a great group of people to work with outside, and just meeting people and seeing a lot of first deer killed, a lot of new experiences, and it couldn't have been any better. Far exceeded my expectations.
Awesome.
Wow, that is awesome.
Yeah. Today's first day I've met Patrick, and it's been a good first meet so far. And
well, it's still early.
It's still early. I heard you're a pretty funny guy. You got some jokes lined up, maybe for us later.
It's not by design.
But so, have you always worked in the outdoor field, or did you come from a different background?
I did actually. Yes and no.
Okay.
My professional background was in logistics, but I was raised on a farm in Bradley County. My wife and I bought a farm, and always hunted and fished.
Awesome.
That's kind of been some of my passions. But I had to work to pay for my farming habit. And
Yeah.
by doing that, it got me out of the woods. And when COVID came around, we took an opportunity and moved up here, and have just loved it.
Never look back.
No, no, ma'am.
Very cool. Very cool. All right, Marty, tell us about yourself, buddy.
Well, I am a Marion County native, so I am home now. Born in the big city of Whitwell, Tennessee, right at the foot of the mountain
Is
here.
it Whitwell or Whitwell?
Well, it depends. It depends on the day, but no, I've been working with the agency for going on 19 years now. Started out as an officer in Hickman County. Was out there for 2.5, 3 years. I had a great partner out there, David Anderson. He had been there forever, and the whole community knew him, and he was well respected, and he taught me a lot. He was a good partner to have for a new officer starting to learn, kind of teach you the ropes. Went from there. Of course, we had my daughter while I was out there. So grandparents, being what grandparents are, they started putting the heat on to get a little closer to home.
Can't blame them.
So transferred to Warren County there in McMinnville, and I was in Warren County for probably, I guess 6-7 years. I was there. Had an opportunity to come home, vacancy there here in Marion County as an officer. So I transferred to Marion, and was in Marion for another 6 or 7 years, I guess, however that math adds up.
Yeah.
had a great partner, Russ Vandergriff. He was my partner here in Marion County. Kind of like David, been around forever, well respected. Learned a lot from him. Still ask him questions from time to time about
Yeah,
stuff.
for sure.
Was able to come up here to Prentice Cooper about 2.5, 3 years ago. Clint Smith, the guy that was here before me, he had been here for 15 years or so, and he had promoted up. So I was able to slide in here and been here, like I said, 2.5 years, and it was a little change of pace for me, a little different in some ways still the same, but I've enjoyed it. Still learning. Goodness knows we're still learning, aren't we? But we're trying. I promise you, we will try.
Even as officers, though, officers are on the WMAs all the time, so you were really familiar with this area.
Yeah. I worked up here quite a bit, even as an officer. Yeah.
Well, and growing up in the area, I'm sure you were.
Yeah, this is actually kind of where I grew up, running wild. Hunting out here.
We won't tell those stories.
So
Little feral Marty.
so being able to come back and actually be the manager here, I don't take that lightly. I'm grateful for it. Really am.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, it reflects, when I see hunters come into the check station with deer and how they interact, I'm always just so proud of the agency's personnel and their professionalism, and that they love what's taking place on the WMA and put their hearts and soul into it. So thank you both.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here today.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're to the point we need to learn about this place. What? Tell us about the partnership with the Forest Service and size and location, things like that.
Of course, we're about 24,000 acres. We're located on the south end of the plateau, about 25, 30 minutes from downtown Chattanooga. You can be in Chattanooga in no time from here, which is good and bad. We get a lot of traffic sometimes, but that's okay. But yeah, this WMA, there's probably 3 or 4 across the state like it, where we partner with Tennessee Division of Forestry. It's actually a state forest and wildlife management area. So state forest does the timber management, the road maintenance, hiking trail maintenance, that sort of thing. We do, of course, the wildlife management part. We do the plantings, the hunts. We do the managed hunts, and then we do the majority of the law enforcement on the area. So it's a good partnership. How state budgets are, we can help them and they can help us, and kind of it works good for both of us.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, very cool.
Do you know how long that partnership has been in place?
This 1949 was when this was initially started. Prentice Cooper was initially started, and we started right off the bat, with each other. We own some of the property, they own some of the property, and we kind of commingle together, work together.
Yeah. Well, and something that caught me off guard as we were traveling this morning, coming on out here, time zones. It's still in central time zone here, and you're so close to Chattanooga where you think Eastern time zone. And
yeah, we're right on the line. The county line, which is at the bottom of the mountain, is the time zone change. So that can get confusing sometimes, especially if your cell phone gets to switching back and forth on you.
So be careful about that. But yeah, so did we say how many acres? I guess if you did,
We're 25,000 acres, somewhere around there.
So a lot of place to run.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
You mentioned not just hunters out here, but hikers and other user groups.
That's the thing about Prentice Cooper. We've got world-class rock climbing, and the Tennessee Wall, which is at the foot of the mountain. People come from all over the country. We've seen people from heck everywhere.
I'd say there's somebody from Vermont down there right now.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
we see people from all over. Of course, the hiking's good. Horseback riding, bicycling. Of course, our hunting, I think, is top notch. I may be a little biased, but I think it's really good. So just all around WMA, really, multi-use WMA.
Yeah, that's awesome. And do you have a range on property?
We do. We have a Tier 1 range. We do rifles and handguns. We've got a 50-yard range, a 100-yard range, and then a handgun range. We don't allow shotguns. They tear up our target holders and stuff quite a bit, so we don't do shotguns. But it's a Tier 1 range, so it's not manned. We don't have a range safety officer there, but it's really good. We keep it as clean as we can and well stocked as we can, and people brag on it. So I don't know if they're just making us feel better, but they seem to like it. But
That's great.
all you need is a Tier 1 range permit or a valid Tennessee hunting license to use it, and we're open. It's open Thursday, Fridays, and Saturdays, sunrise to sunset. Just come and enjoy it.
Well, that's good. I mean, people who like to hunt small game, big game, whatever, could utilize that. And
Yeah.
it's great that, people respect that. I know sometimes we have trouble with different ranges like that are unmanned a lot of times, and people can disrespect them. But that's good that you're having good response
We've
out
been
here.
very fortunate. We've been fortunate to have some good people. It's like everything. You may have a few, but for the most part, it's really good.
That's great.
Yeah.
So we've seen good deer come out, come out of Prentice
Speaking of,
Cougar.
yeah.
So tell us what the area is known for. What are people going to come in to do?
Well, of course, most people they come to, our big thing is the hunting. So they're going to come to deer hunt. They're going to come to turkey hunt. We have really good turkey hunting in the spring.
Awesome.
Our fall hunts, we have I have an open hunt archery. We have a quota hunt archery. We have 2 quota hunt muzzleloaders. We also have a youth hunt that we do the weekend before the statewide, so that kind of gives them an extra weekend to hunt.
Nice.
Youth's weekend to hunt. And then we have 2 open gun hunts, and that's what we're in now. We're in our last open gun hunt here today. But, plenty of opportunity. Like I said, we harvest some really nice deer, and we have people coming from all over the state to come out here now. A lot of our turkey hunting, especially, we get a lot of out-of-staters coming. They enjoy it, so they come and turkey hunt. So just a good place to come and hang out and get your money's worth out of your hunting license, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've been down with Marty before when they've had a feist competition, and we'll have to come back for that, Jason. That was a lot.
That's pretty
of fun.
cool. That's pretty cool.
A lot of fun to see the little dogs out there
Yeah.
working and doing their thing. So it's well-rounded here.
Yeah,
I'd say.
absolutely. Absolutely.
So with that well-roundedness means you all are managing the land in some way.
Mhm.
So talk to us a little bit about what that management looks like, what you might be planting, where those plantings are occurring, what management takes place.
Well, we do a couple hundred acres of planting every year.
Yes, sir.
We do springtime. We'll do the corn. We'll do sorghum. We plant along the roadsides. We plant our smaller food plots. In the fall, we'll plant a fall mix. Of course, this year didn't do so well. It's so dry, terribly dry out here. But we do wheat, crimson clover, turnip fall mix that we do every year, and we do those in our smaller food plots. We do some. We work with Tennessee Division of Forestry, like I was talking about earlier, doing some timber harvest, and then we try to manage some of those timber harvests to keep that early successional habitat going for wildlife, and that covers, that benefits whether it's turkeys, songbirds, deer, whatever you've got. That a good wildlife habitat's good wildlife habitat for everything, So.
And how are you managing that? I know, but tell our
Well, we do a lot of burning.
Yeah.
We probably need to do more than we do, but if we can burn a few hundred acres a year out here, that's the main thing. That's the cheapest and easiest way to get good quality habitat, is get fire on the ground. This year, unless we start getting some rain, I don't know how much fire we'll get to do, but for the most part, we try to keep everything on a 40, 50 acre scale. We'll burn and then burn another section like that to try to keep that, like I said, that early successional habitat going.
Yeah, and I know that you even use that as an educational opportunity and have Cleveland State students come out and learn about prescribed fire and burn lines and everything that's entailed in that. And I was also down with Marty. We had the Chattanooga School of Excellence.
Yeah, that was interesting.
So they
cool.
have their hands in a little bit of everything out
Okay,
here.
cool. Was that a burn the demonstration? Or?
No. We just had a field day, and the kids learned about archery
awesome.
and wildlife and management here, and actually even helped pick up a little bit of trash.
Yeah, they did, and seemed to have a good time. And there was a few minutes there, I just let them run wild through the woods, and I think they enjoyed that
There
more
you
than
go.
anything.
Well, what kind of programs, other than, say, those schools coming in, do y'all offer outside of hunting and stuff? Do you have some educational programs going on?
Really, about anything. We used to have some hunter ed classes out here from time to time. We need to do that, probably a little bit more. Like you said, we have Cleveland State coming. We have Chattanooga State comes sometimes. University of South Swanee, they come out sometimes. UTC comes out sometimes. They have different scientific permits. They'll come and look at salamanders and different things like that. So
Very cool.
usually, depending on the time of year, there's usually somebody out here doing something. So.
And one of the other things that I'll mention is about Sequatchie. So,
Oh yeah, yeah.
Sequatchie is part of the Golden Eagle study, and Sequatchie, the Golden Eagle, has returned to this area. Do you remember how many years in a row now?
Like 8,
Yeah,
7, 8. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
7, 8 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So yeah, a lot of good things take place. So if someone has never been to this WMA before, what should they know? If they've never been here to hunt, if they've just never visited, what do they need to know?
Well, because this is my first time, and I'm thinking, man, to see all these hunters. We are in the 2023 deer season.
Yeah.
You're maybe seeing this show a little bit later, but I've seen a lot of deer come through, and I've seen great pictures, and it looks like a fun place to hunt. You know.
You know, we're like I said, we're on the southern end of the plateau, so we're ridge and valley. We're steep sides. We're
steep sides.
Yeah. You know,
It's the rock climbing.
Yeah. So
tough deer hunting.
So be prepared. Be prepared to walk. You know, it's not a West Tennessee type deer hunt. You know, it's a little uneven terrain. I'll put it at like that. But
that's polite.
but for the most part, we kill some really quality deer, really quality turkeys. Squirrel hunting, you know, a lot of our small game stuff, we didn't talk about our small game stuff much, but top-notch squirrel hunting, you know, man, we get tons of squirrel hunters out here. You'll see some rabbit hunters out here. We have raccoon hunting that's really good, 4 days a week during the season. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to do it, you can probably do it out here, you know.
Speaking of squirrel, do you see the fox squirrels out here? Do you have those?
We don't have those yet, and
Okay.
I'm hoping eventually they'll kind of matriculate up here. But we don't have, even though we've got the Tennessee River surrounded on 2 sides of us, and you'll see them down there every now and then along the riverbank.
Okay.
But they haven't come up here yet.
Yeah, those are fun. Those are fun to hunt. Well,
Yeah.
any kind of squirrel's fun to hunt.
That's right.
All right. Well,
that was my big word for the day, by the way.
Yeah.
Matriculated.
I thought you
didn't know
caught
if you,
something.
yeah, I didn't know if you caught that or not.
I like that. I like that. So we talked about some challenges. You know, what are some of the common questions you receive as you know, people coming by?
Well, you know, a lot of people like you been up here for the first time. A lot
Yeah.
of people. We're so close to Chattanooga. Chattanooga Tourism has us on their list, so a lot of times people will be coming out here and they don't understand that during our scheduled big game hunts, whether it's in the spring or in the fall, you know, we're closed to everything else but the hunters. So we try to make it as obvious as we can that they can't be here. We publish it in our hunting guide, on our information line, of course on our website. But we still get that common question, pull-ups and stuff, wanting to know if they can come in. Snooper's Rock. We'll talk about that. We probably have more weddings and stuff on Snooper's Rock than Gatlinburg.
Really?
Yeah, it's a very, very popular place. So we get a lot of questions about it. Can you think anything else? I mean,
A lot of people ask about the range when it's open.
a lot of people use shoot.
It's Thursday, Friday, Saturdays when it's open. We get a lot of people coming up during the week.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it sounds like you got a lot of offerings here, and I don't, you know, I'm surprised this is my first time visiting. It seems like it'd be a great place to.
Yeah,
come
especially
hunt.
you being in East Tennessee.
I know. Growing up, not too far
Yeah.
from here, it's like, you know, I've seen pictures of big deer coming out of here. I've heard stories of, you know, all the opportunities here, and it's just, it's a cool place to visit, and I need to get back here for sure.
So you all might not be harvesting timber, but all those timbered areas, does that affect the hunts? I mean, obviously we know it does in the long run, and that we're creating deer habitat and wildlife habitat. But when those timber harvests are taking place, does it ever affect the hunters?
Not really. They write it up to where they're not in here when we're hunting. So you know, it's really not that big of a deal. We have that we actually own, TWRA actually owns. We've got about a 400-acre spot that we're introducing an oak pine savanna in.
Nice.
We recently got that timber harvested over the last couple of years. We got our fire breaks in. Our plan was to sow our fire breaks and start burning this winter, but I don't no, unless it starts raining, I don't know that that's going to happen this year. But
So we'll see that diversity.
yeah,
diversity increase.
and it's already paid off. We've already had some really nice deer come off of that part. So
Nice.
the word's getting out about it for sure.
So that's one of the current projects taking
That's
place.
probably our biggest project right now
That's
that
a
we
big
have.
one.
Yeah, that is a big one. We've got to do some herbicide spraying on some invasives and stuff, and then start our burning and hopefully get that quality habitat like we want.
Do you see repeat customers come in that might come in to stay during a hunt, or do you see repeat customers
Oh,
come
goodness.
through?
We've got guys that's been coming for 30 years out here, the campground. They'll come and stay at the campground during the hunts and come up. And of course, they've known every manager and technician from the start up to now,
And
So-
most of them know how we like our steaks cooked.
Most of them are.
So they're welcome anytime.
Most of them are really good cooks. They like to fry fish.
Yeah.
Which that don't hurt our feelings any. So yeah.
Now, everybody worries about putting on weight during the holiday season. Ours is deer season. The hunters down here really take care of us.
It's one thing that I love about the WMAs and the managers and technicians that you're out there and you see those folks and establish those long-term friendships coming in.
Yeah.
I just love it. It's one of my favorite things about
And,
visiting.
You mentioned the technician position. In my opinion, the technician position is the most important position at least in WMAs and fisheries and stuff like that. I mean, they do the grunt work. They do the bulk of the work. When you see something get done, most of the time a technician is the one that's doing it. So we don't really celebrate them enough, in my opinion, and that's really a lot.
Quit.
That's really the lifeblood of the agency, the WMA system, I think.
I'll give you a check.
Well, I was going to ask that, or just kind of bring that up. I mean, Patrick's background in farming, I'm sure, plays a huge role in implementing some of the practices that you're used to doing on your own farm. And I'm sure there's a big challenge, coming into a forest in different environments and some agricultural things.
It's definitely different. We, I never was worried about getting run over whenever I was farming on my own. Yeah, but around here, you never know what's around the corner. It can be a hiker, somebody on a horse, and some of the places we go are a little bit treacherous. Well, on a tractor, you just got to go slow and be steady. We were talking about terrain, and you're pulling implements down, one lane rock roads through a creek.
It can get interesting.
It can get fun sometimes.
Yeah, and being strategic in your plannings too, as far as these small plots and how to, just different style.
Yeah, they really do take advantage of those areas along roadways.
Yeah.
And the other thing that happens is all that biological data that you all are taking when a turkey or deer comes in.
I mean, when they come into the check station, of course, we weigh, age, we take measurements, and all that. And we've got all that information from 1980, whatever, all that information's there for the taking. If somebody would like to see it, or if any of our biologists ever have questions about something, we can go back and show them this is what happened in 1989 or whatever, or this is what happened this year, and we can kind of compare it.
Do you have a favorite hunt out here? Would you say it's the youth hunt?
The youth hunt is awesome. This year we had 190 kids.
Wow.
Of course, the community is really supports that. The local Suck Creek Mountain community, they come out, they cook, so they have food for them. They beat the bushes for prizes, so every kid gets a prize. They draw for guns. We had a little mini bike was the grand prize this year. So I mean, it's a really cool thing to see those kids, especially when they bring their first deer or something like that up here, and they're tickled to death. They get their picture taken and stuff. That's a really cool hunt.
That's very cool.
That is.
Well, we're coming off of the 23 season, deer season. What's one of the big deer that come off this year that you've been impressed by?
Goodness, we've had some doozies.
Because I've seen some pictures floating around on Facebook and things. Yeah,
we've had some really big ones. The one non-typical was probably the one
That's
talked
the
about
one
the most.
most everybody talking about. We had an 18-point non-typical killed.
Wow.
It was a younger deer, but it was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
But we've had some, reach that right around that 200-pound field dress mark, which is a big deer for Tennessee, especially old ridge and valley deer for Tennessee. We've had several good 10 points, 8 points, 12 point or two.
Yeah, we've been very consistent in the 160 to 170 range.
Wow.
Yes, we'll get a lot of harvest in that weight range, which for the mountains around here is pretty good for an average.
Yeah,
I'm sure you're seeing that size and quality deer increase. People are being a little more selective, probably.
they are. They're being a little more selective, but out here, we don't do antler restrictions or anything. I guess I'm a little more old school. I kind of like to have a place where if a person wants to go and, they don't get to hunt much and they see a nice 6-pointer and they want to shoot it, heck, they can take it, I guess that's, I don't know, that's kind of old school in me, but I think we need places like that.
Yeah,
people
definitely.
just go and enjoy themselves.
Yeah.
Don't have to worry about, is that,
Whether it's a kid or an adult, for their first opportunity out there to hunt or not getting, like you said, not having a lot of opportunity, it's taking a 6-point is
absolutely
anything.
And we're seeing more and more participation on our WMAs, and I think that's because we're losing a lot of our regular private access, either by development or whatever. But these WMAs, in my opinion, become more and more important to people.
Definitely. Yeah. As I grow older, I think I should try to hit some more of those WMAs.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I think it'd be fun.
Yeah, me too.
Well, we're about to hit the mark here. Anything else that we haven't covered that you think we should touch on today that folks need to know about this property?
Well, I don't think so. I think we covered everything pretty good. I just wish everybody would come out and use it. We pay for those hunting licenses, so get your money's worth. I tell people if they don't take advantage of their hunting license costs, it's nobody but them. If you don't get your money's worth, it's your fault.
Yeah, it's a pretty good deal and a good investment.
I think so too.
Cheaper than meat prices here.
That's true.
Well, we got a helicopter flying over if you're listening in, and wow, do you see that very much?
A couple of Black Hawks. You see those from time to time.
Wow, awesome. Well, this has been fun. Thank you, Mimi, for lining this up.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you both.
Well, thank you for coming out.
Thank y'all for coming out. We've enjoyed it.
And this is Tennessee Wildcast. Come check out Prentice Cooper. Watch those quota hunt draw dates and application dates. Get your name in the hat for a chance out here, or just come on one of the open hunts.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a cool place. So thank y'all for listening. Thank you for watching. Come back and see us next time, and we'll see you then.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
What if you could touch a killer whale? What would it feel like? What if it were possible to build a trusting relationship with the world's top ocean predator, toothed and powerful? What if you could connect in a way that you never imagined? Swim skin to skin, let it launch you 50 feet into the air, or place you gently on a ledge? What if you found out how important killer whales are to the ocean, other animals, even us? What if you discovered really simple things that you can do every day to help make sure that this incredible species never disappears from our planet? What if?
My children, Natselani said to them, you will now live in the sea. Eat
anything in the water, but never bother people. Don't bite them.
If you see a man and he says to you, "Help me, killer whale,"
you must help him. Then he will give you something.
Throughout time, killer whales have been a prominent feature of many cultures. Whether living up to tales of kind-hearted whales helping hunters on the sea, or down to mythological, man-eating sea monsters, they've played a visible role in various cultures.
So the Tlinkits regarded the killer whale as a very strong entity, and a certain group of the Tlinkits took the killer whale as their clan symbol or their totem.
Killer whales are found in all oceans of the world, but are most abundant in the colder waters of the polar regions.
You think of them as wanting to be in cold water all the time, but killer whales are found in all oceans of the world. So to see them in warm water down in Mexico or South American waters, and then to see them up in Alaska in cold waters is very cool.
Next to humans, killer whales are the most widely distributed mammal. Dolphins, porpoises, and whales are grouped together in the scientific order Cetacea. Cetacea comes from katos, the Greek word for whale. Killer whales belong to the toothed whales or suborder Odontoceti and are the largest member of the dolphin family, Delphinidae. A key characteristic that this family of cetaceans share is having teeth that are cone-shaped. Orca is the Latin word meaning barrel-shaped.
Oh my gosh, I can't tell you how exhilarating that was. It was a little scary though, too. You know, I'm sitting there in the kayak and all of a sudden I've got like 20 killer whales around me. They were going underneath me. The water's so clear up there, you know, I'd look down and I'd see them right there next to me looking at me. Big eye go by. And then I was a little worried. Yeah, I was a little worried. But it was just absolutely incredible.
Most of us will never get this close to a killer whale. Still, many of us feel a connection to them. We want to find out more about them and how they've managed to survive since prehistoric times in some of the world's most extreme conditions. We've learned a lot about killer whales by studying them in the wild and through research and care in zoological parks and aquariums. But we've only just begun to scratch the surface.
Seeing killer whales in the wild is just amazing.
It's really awe-inspiring to see these whales break the surface in unison and to see a calf come over and play with your boat.
Gained a great deal of respect for their size and their power.
No other animal is a threat to the killer whale. It has earned its rank as the top predator of the sea. Every feature, body shape, size, coloration, and speed, enhances their extraordinary hunting abilities. This animal is built to thrive. In the sea, color and pattern can make a life or death difference. Killer whales are solid black and white, with a gray saddle patch just behind the dorsal fin, a perfect example of disruptive coloration. In the flickering, shadowy sunlight of the sea, other animals may not recognize a killer whale as a potential predator. In the ocean, swiftness matters. Killer whales can reach speeds of nearly 30 miles an hour, making it one of the fastest swimming sea animals on the planet. Rounded, paddle-like pectoral flippers help steer, and the strong forked fluke or tail helps move forward or stop. From underneath the ocean, killer whales must surface to breathe. Through a single blowhole, warm breath meets cold air, causing a cloud of condensation. To open its blowhole, a killer whale contracts a muscular flap. When relaxed in a closed position, this flap provides a watertight seal. Flexibility can be life-saving. In frigid waters or warmer seas, a complex circulatory system of arteries surrounded by veins in the flippers and flukes help regulate body temperature. It all adds up to the ocean's top predator, built to survive and thrive.
How do you think a killer whale got its name?
There's no other prey that will eat it.
They kill sharks.
Because it kills its food.
Because it's a predator?
Fishermen were scared of them.
It eats fish.
Doesn't it eat seals or something?
No message with it. It's like the ultimate predator, so.
It's the biggest one of the family, so it's the main one, so it kills all the other animals.
Can't imagine, but they are so friendly.
Why does the killer whale have such an aggressive-sounding name? Ancient sailors actually called them whale killer after witnessing killer whales attacking larger cetaceans, an event that can occur even in modern times, as seen by this amazing attack on an enormous blue whale. Being opportunistic hunters, their diets vary from one region to another. Mostly, they eat fishes, squids, and marine mammals, like seals. Their attack strategies include cooperative hunting, stalking and ambushing, and pursuing prey. They swallow their food whole, or if it's too big to eat in one piece, they tear it into large chunks. With several strategic options, it's safe to say the killer whale's hunting is calculated, complex, and very successful.
One of my graduate students in the last 3 or 4 years discovered that a young male, when his mom had a baby, all of a sudden he's footloose and fancy-free, and he formed a social bond with other males here at SeaWorld San Diego. That was something that we didn't know these killer whales did.
Killer whales live in social units called pods, and within many of these group settings, there's a social hierarchy. Even though males are much larger than females, the pod is matriarchal, with females at the top of the hierarchy. When traveling, females and juveniles generally stay in the center of the pod, while adult males swim at the wings. Killer whales are very social and may connect with other whales through a range of communications.
We don't call it a language, but we do see dialects in killer whales, and in fact, they're very special that way. If you, for example, travel to the south, you may pick up a southern accent if you're there for too long. But if you move somewhere else in the world, you may develop a new accent based on who you're hanging out with. We call that dialects in killer whales.
In addition to vocalizations, killer whales have other behaviors that may serve a variety of purposes. A breach might scratch an itch. Spy hopping might give a look above the water surface, or be a way of communicating with others. Killer whales are among the most curious of cetaceans, with a tendency to play, to manipulate objects, or join in the fun wherever it's happening. Is it possible that the whale connection could reach beyond the pod?
I came the first time when I was 20, and I was in college taking economics classes, and I watched the show and I watched the guy fly through the air, and right then I was like, that's what I got to do. So I talked to one of the trainers after the show, said, how do you get the job? They told me, and I went back to school. I changed my major, and here I am.
The babies, they're usually the most challenging. They're so rambunctious and very playful and have the shortest attention span, so they definitely could keep you on your toes and teach you a lot of things of how to work with them.
I'll be talking with the guests or just make eye contact across the pool, and you can see that look in their eye, and you know that it's hit them just like it hit me so many years before, and it's amazing. You don't know if you're going to be maybe inspiring that child to become an animal trainer or maybe follow another dream in their life.
I cannot believe I'm 50 feet in the air on top of a killer whale. Like, who does that?
I get to swim with killer whales, and I get to train them, and I get to interact with them. It's a wonderful thing.
Training animals is a rewarding and fulfilling career, but it's not always easy and fun. It takes hard work and dedication. But it's worth it. Here are the basics you'll need in order to succeed. You have to be 18 years old, and to work with marine mammals, you have to have your scuba certification and a high school diploma. Once you have those three things, you'll need to pass the SeaWorld swim test. You'll need to be a very strong swimmer for this. First, you'll have to be able to do a freestyle swim, an underwater hold-your-breath swim, and a surface dive, where you pick up a weight and bring it back to the top. And you have to do it all in cool salt water, without a wetsuit. It's a pretty competitive field, so here are a few tips to give you the edge. A college degree in any science field is good. If the degree is in biology, psychology, or marine biology, it's even better. But any four-year degree is a definite plus. And if you want to get a jump start on experience, volunteer for any animal-related organization. Animal training. It takes hard work and dedication, but in the end, it's definitely worth it.
They're pretty neat and they can swim really good.
He's a beautiful animal.
Because he splashes people.
He's so big and huge, it's just great to see an animal like that.
The confidence they have in the trainers is really good.
I think it was Shamu that was born when I was a kid. I remember the whole story on TV and I always wanted to come see it.
I liked it when he splashed us.
They're really funny and they get you wet.
I just dreamed and dreamed about being able to build a friendship with the top predator of the ocean. To have that relationship was something that just stuck in my heart. I always wanted to do.
I remember my first time interacting with a killer whale and just rubbing her down, and she took a big breath in my face, and that was really powerful to me, and it kind of gave me the sense that for once in my life I was exactly where I was supposed to be.
I could feel every time she took a breath, her back would move, and every time she kicked her tail, it just blew me away.
I interacted with Takara for about 2 years before I got in the water with her. My heart stopped because I'd been waiting for it for that long, and to feel what it's like to experience something with one of your best friends, you know, that you've made over the years was magnificent.
The human connection with killer whales can be a powerful bond. This close connection has taught us a lot. So much of what we've learned about these animals has come from observing and interacting with them in human care. At SeaWorld parks, animals are always asked to perform a behavior, and their willingness to respond is up to them. So, you can understand how important the trainer relationship is with the whale. Trust is key to this relationship. We see the results of that relationship in the shows, but training also helps maintain good health.
Whale training is extremely important because we rely on the training to conduct a medical exam, and without that training, or husbandry training that we call it, for doing basic procedures that we look for general health parameters. Without those behaviors, it'd be hard to get to the animal.
When a killer whale voluntarily presents itself, a variety of tasks can be performed. Every 2 to 4 weeks, trainers take measurements on each whale, including body length, girth at several points, and dimensions of the flippers, flukes, and dorsal fin. During pregnancy, periodic monitoring ensures the health of both mother and calf. Even dental care is part of their health routine. Killer whales are trained to hold still and stay calm throughout procedures. There is no doubt, training reaches far beyond the behaviors guests see in shows. Training also helps ensure safety, health, and well-being.
You just watched the show. Do you know which whale was Shamu?
The big one that wet us, that was Shamu.
It was the big one, yeah, and it came up and absolutely soaked you.
The biggest one, I think.
The last one that came?
Yeah, they all look a lot the same, like.
The big one.
SeaWorld's Shamu is the most recognizable killer whale in the world, allowing all ages to get as close as possible to this amazing species. But who exactly is Shamu? Shamu's legacy began when a large male killer whale was accidentally caught in fishing nets in British Columbia. The whale was named Namu after a nearby fishing port and was moved to Seattle to be the first killer whale publicly displayed in the Pacific Northwest. A female whale soon joined Namu, and she was named Shamu, a contraction of she in Namu. Shamu became the first killer whale to travel by plane when she was moved to SeaWorld in San Diego. We continue to honor Shamu's name in our daily presentations. Whether it's learning from Shamu, people that work directly with killer whales, or by observing them in the wild, our connection to killer whales is unquestionably strong.
The connection with a killer whale is unlike probably any other animal that I've ever worked with.
And a vital link to their survival.
On stage, they may all be called Shamu, but every one of SeaWorld's whales has its own name and a distinctive personality to go with it. Names are chosen in several ways. In some cases, the trainers have named the whales. On other occasions, our guests and pass holders have been asked to vote. The names selected usually have meanings in other languages. Nakai was the first calf conceived by artificial insemination, so he was named Nakai, which is Native American for victory. Una means to love and adore in Icelandic. Taima was born during a thunderstorm, so she was given the name Taima, which is Icelandic for crash of thunder. Kaliha's name was selected by SeaWorld annual pass holders. It means beauty in Hawaiian. Trua is Icelandic for believe, and Trua commemorates the premiere of our Believe show. Takara is Japanese for treasure. And Keet is the word for whale in Russian. The name Shamu has come to symbolize the mystery, majesty, and wonder of all killer whales. By giving all of our whales the opportunity to participate in this starring role, we create a great environment for them and an exciting, meaningful experience for our guests.
Field research is very inspirational, it's very exciting, it's something that I think being out there in the field impacts you in a way that you just can't feel when you're sitting at home watching it on TV.
Every living creature has a story. They eat, breathe, grow, communicate. It's no different with the killer whales. Simply by being here, they have so much to tell us. All we have to do is pay attention. Though there are advantages to observing killer whales in the wild, in the protected setting of a marine zoological park, we're able to study them on a more consistent and intensive basis.
We can't really track them and follow them as individuals very well in the wild, but we can certainly see how they develop their dialect here under controlled conditions at SeaWorld and learn who they learn from, what kind of social interactions they have with other individuals to promote that, and maybe develop hypotheses about how we can help them in the wild.
Through Dr. Bowles and similar researchers, we've learned a tremendous amount about killer whales. We know they're capable of performing some very complex tasks. They learn different things at different rates, and, like people, there can be huge variations among individual animals of the same species. What Hub SeaWorld Research Institute is learning from whales at SeaWorld translates into crucial information for whales in the ocean.
We do research in 4 major topic areas: aquaculture, large-scale ecology, ocean health, and then finally there's my topic area, which is bioacoustics. We're trying to study how human-made noise, for example, interacts with animals in the wild, and also to understand the basic biology of their communication.
The more we understand how killer whales communicate and how noise impacts them, the more information we have that can potentially help protect whales in the wild.
To watch something underwater spin and swim quickly.
We were all just holding our breath. We watched the delivery of the birth. We watched the mother assist the calf to the surface for that first breath, and it was just a magic moment.
SeaWorld's killer whale breeding program is the most successful in the world. Data gathered over the decades has given valuable insight into reproduction, calf development, and special needs during pregnancy and following birth. This information has led to the successful development of artificial insemination techniques, techniques that help maintain diversity within our family of whales and could impact future killer whale populations and other at-risk animals.
We can get samples from other countries that have killer whales in captivity, so we can improve our genetic diversity by using other male genetics to improve that diversity, and that helps us and our population grow. And that may very well lead us to information that we can use for wild animals as well.
Researchers around the world continue to gather and share information on killer whales. But so much about these fascinating animals is still a mystery, a story that will continue to unfold for generations to come, assuming, that is, that we take good care of their ocean home today.
Big things that are happening in our world, it's trickling down to where the animals are.
Maybe it was part magic and part miracle when in September 1985, the first killer whale was successfully bred, born, and raised in a zoological park. The calf, named Kalina, thrived and became an adult and a significant member of the SeaWorld whale family. In February 1993, Kalina had a calf of her own, the first second-generation killer whale calf born in a zoological park. Since then, Kalina has given birth to 3 more calves in 1995, 1999, and 2004. Killer whales have been born at SeaWorld parks in San Diego, San Antonio, and Orlando. And it started with the grandma of them all, Katina.
We all love all the whales, but there's always that one. For me, her name is Katina. I love her like a person.
The killer whale is a top predator, and a top predator is affected by everything beneath it. A killer whale can feed on large fish or small mammals, but what do those things feed on? Smaller fish, little fish, plankton, krill. You knock out any block below that top predator, you're affecting him. And I think that is kind of the ambassador for marine conservation, is that animal's affected by everything you do beneath it. So conservation is really important at all levels.
One drop in the ocean creates a ripple effect, reaching far beyond its origin. Although most killer whale populations are not endangered at the moment, scientists are concerned for their future, the ripple effect of damage done.
Well, I don't know how to bring home the size of the issues that they face right now back to people.
Several things are having an impact on killer whales. Competition for limited fish stocks threaten them and other animal populations worldwide. More and more fish are being taken from the sea for human consumption. Fisheries programs have been successful at replenishing overfished stock or even raising fish to sell directly for eating.
Our future, we feel really optimistic about. Our white sea bass program, we're expanding into other species, not only to release back into the ocean, but also to provide in a more traditional farming way directly to the consumer.
Other things are affecting the killer whale's home, the ocean.
They also have to deal with parasites and boats and people and pollution and, and climate warming and all that. So there's so many hurdles that they have to overcome to survive as a species.
It can all have a ripple effect on the whales, the ocean, other animals, and on us, since we're all connected.
There are so many decisions that we make every day that can make either a good difference or a bad difference to the survival of numerous species of animals.
Pick up after yourself. Leave every place you visit cleaner than when you found it.
Think twice before pouring chemicals or detergents down the drain.
Please remember, everything eventually makes its way to the ocean.
Be an informed consumer. Don't buy products made from threatened or endangered species.
Choose foods that are as environmentally friendly and sustainable as possible.
Learn, discover, question,
Explore all you can about animals and the world we share.
Visit a zoo or aquarium.
read, ask, surf the web. Or better yet, take a hike, hit the beach, climb a mountain, or dive a reef.
Then pass on what you've learned and get involved.
When we look eye to eye with another creature, we realize we're more alike than different. We all need clean air and water and a safe place to call home, a home we all share, Earth. We are all connected. We're all part of the ripple effect with killer whales, other wildlife, and their habitats. By watching this program, you have become that drop in the ocean. Without you, the ocean would be less because of that missing drop.
I really think it does come down to ocean health. Killer whales are intelligent, they're adaptable, they're found in all oceans of the world. If we give them a chance, if we work towards healthy oceans, they will find a way to survive.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Boarding Zone Appeals, January the 9th at 5:30 p.m. We do have a quorum. And if you'd like to review the minutes from November the 28th, 2023 meeting, and let me know any comments from the minutes, please. If there's no comments, I'll take a recommendation for the minutes.
Recommendation to approve the minutes.
We have a first. Do we have a second for the minutes?
Aye.
Anyone on second? Second. Okay. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
The minutes will be approved. Okay. Number 2 and 3, nominate, elect a chairman for 1-year term and nominate, elect a vice chairman for 1 term will be deferred until the next meeting, which is the end of this month. Moving on to old business, request for a special exception to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers, property located at 486 Walden Road, tax map 17, parcel 28.03, I2 heavy industrial zoning, property owned by Ryder Truck Rental, Inc. Mr. Logan, can I have your report, please?
Thanks. So this is the existing Ryder Truck facility that's located in LaVergne, and you can see it on the screen. The address is 486 Waldron Road. So it's at the corner of Waldron and Howell Quaker Boulevard. They are requesting permission to allow sales and leasing of trucks at this site. According to the zoning ordinance and codified in Article 5, the commercial uses that are currently allowed in C1, C2, C3, and C4, those uses can be allowed in I2 zoning districts if the Board of Zoning Appeals grants a special exception. So that's why they're here. Vehicle leasing and or sales is one of those uses, of course, that's allowed in the C1 through C4 zones. There has been a sign on the property now more than 5 weeks, and staff has not received any phone calls about the subject property. So zooming in a little closer, you can see there's quite a bit of trucks on this property. I did go out there today and took some newer pictures, which you have in front of you. The other pictures, because it's winter time, every time you take a picture, it seems like it's too dark, and today wasn't a ton better. But anyway, those are newer pictures, and I tried to take several of the site so you can see the building and the fenced area. So on the screen now is the zoning map, and this is zoned I-2 heavy industrial, which is that dark blue area, and the red areas are commercial zoning. And you've probably seen their application was also loaded on Civic Clerk. And then on the screen is the exhibit that was submitted by Ryder. So in this view, Murfreesboro Road should be, or excuse me, not Murfreesboro, Waldron Road should be along the right side of the image. And they've outlined in red the proposed truck sales lot. So that's the area that they're planning on using for this use. And then you can see the other buildings there that are existing. My understanding and in the conversations with the applicant, they're not building any buildings at this point. They're just trying to get permission for this use. And let's see, they did submit they did submit images of the existing zoning versus the future, which was also they wanted to show that in the future with the new zoning these uses still be allowed on this lot, so there's no change there. That's all for the report, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Do you have a representative here this evening? Could you step forward, if you would, to the podium? Yeah, both of those can speak. That'll be great. Gentlemen, if you both raise your right hand, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I will.
You just state your names and address for the record, please.
I'm Dan Johnson. I am the Director of Vehicle Sales for Ryder for the Mid-Atlantic region.
Andres Carvalho, Project Manager with Ryder, and you need an address?
Yes, please, sir.
Personal? It's
business is fine.
Oh, business. Yeah, Ryder Truck Rental, Miami.
Okay. Any comments on what Mr. Logan said about his report? Anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, well, the intent will be to allocate the truck sales on that specific area of the survey that we presented.
Right there, yeah.
And then there's an existing trailer that we would intend to use as the office to do where we would do the transactions for these trucks.
And he was correct. There was nothing to be manufactured. It's our vehicles that just come to that lot for presentation to sell.
Okay. So the potential leasee or purchaser would come to your facility and look at the vehicle, the trailer itself?
Yes, it would be, this parcel is intended for this retail sale.
Retail sales?
That's correct.
Okay.
It would be no leasing or renting out of this location.
Okay. And just approximately, how much will be sales and how much will be leasing? Just approximately?
Out of this, 100% sales.
100% sales?
Mm-hmm. Retail
okay.
and end user, that's
okay.
correct.
Is there any maintenance or work done on the vehicles at this location?
Not at that facility,
Did this
no.
just walk around and look at the vehicle and
That's
and
correct.
take a bit?
Just this way.
Deal. All right. And I see that on the new zoning, so it does meet the new zoning requirements. My other comment was the building that you put up, the temporary building, how long is that planned to be there for? Because years ago you had another temporary building, and then several years later you built a new building and took the other one away. So what's the plan there, just for out of interest?
I mean, we plan to move there permanently.
Okay.
To do to the truck sales.
Okay. Good deal. All right.
So we'll do some refresh, exterior paint, replace the exterior canopy, you know, beautify the building, just paint, replace the existing canopy, which is a little bit somewhat damaged, and that's about it.
But the colours will be similar to what's on there now, so
Yeah.
no big drastic changes?
Correct, yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. Gentlemen, any other comments that you have for this applicant?
And for me.
What did they do in the past when the truck reaches a point where it's not viable? Did they sell them at auction or what?
With the truck, can you ask a
When
question?
Didn't you lease trucks there in the past?
Well, we still do.
Yeah, so, yes, so out of the main building, we lease trucks. We service the trucks in that main building, and then we lease the trucks. The ask here is to sell trucks in just this section of the.
So the leasing part's not going to change any whatsoever?
No,
No.
okay. No.
That's already in existence in the other part of in the bigger parcel.
Yeah.
What do you do with the old trucks?
That's me. That's what we're presenting. Once they've expired their life, the leasing life or rental life, you want to use it as an example like enterprise car rental. When they're finished with the vehicles, they have their enterprise car lots, and that's what we're doing as well. And we manufacture our own product. So we lease the vehicle, we buy it from the OEM. We use our lease vehicles and our rental vehicles, and then when we're finished with them, they're at the rider facility, and they get de-identified and prepared to come to my lot. And then we display them for retail sale.
How did you dispose of them in the past?
We are currently up in Nashville, up in Polk Avenue.
Any other questions, gentlemen? With that, I'll take a motion for the applicant for the request as presented. Do you have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
A motion to approve. Do you have a second?
Second.
Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen. You're approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No other business. We'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting. It is January 4th, 2024, and it is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Bow your heads. Our Father in heaven, thank you for bringing in the new year for this community and for our nation. Father God, I pray for our first responders, our EMS, our police, and our fire department. Please bless our community and bring unity for the next year. All things I pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to my flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First, we have approved minutes from the December 5th, 2023 regular meeting. A motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
A motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to department reports. Police Department. Deputy Chief Hatcher.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Alderman, and Happy New Year. You have the reports in front of you. Everything is moving along. We have some areas where we still have some concerns that we want to try and improve on as we continue to try and get our staffing up, which we're really excited about this year. The launch of Dayforce has been incredible from what I was told as far as the amount of applicants in a short period of time, and we're really, really excited, which is also one of the things that's on the consent agenda for this evening for our additional assistance needs.
Can you speak to the sharp increase with shoplifting?
So, two different things. One, obviously, the state has increased the level of a felony from $400 to $1,000 for merchandise and for property. So there's been an obvious elevation in the amount of shoplifting and thefts, not just in LaVergne, that's nationwide. They have a loss prevention person over at Walmart that is extremely aggressive and has been apprehending just about anybody and everybody they can get their hands on. And in doing so, they obviously get a small bonus that goes along with each one of those apprehensions. So we from what I understand, Captain Call says we tried to recruit, but she was making more money than we could offer at the time. So, with that being said, she's going to be moving on to another department or another job of some kind in the next few weeks. But so I would imagine that may or may not lower down a little bit.
Okay, that answered my other question, which was, is this centered around one business? And so, yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
How are y'all dealing with the shorthanded of staff? I know we lost one, and a few of them has moved on and retired. How y'all dealing with the shorthanded of the police staff?
Well, we're managing as best we can, Alderman Waldron. Some days are better than others because we're allowed the opportunity to have some overlap and some additional resources. But we're still answering all of our calls for service, and we're still providing the best service that we can possibly do under the conditions that we're in. Yes, sir.
And I believe you have a large number of applicants you're going through right now?
That is correct. It's a very, very large number. As a matter of fact, we had to actually close the posting so that we could sort through all of them, and we're really excited about the opportunities of that.
Wonderful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to the fire department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I trust that you have had an opportunity to review our report for last month and for the 2023 end of the year. You will see that there is a significant uptick in structure fires. That's almost double, just under double that. Trying to do a little bit of homework, a little bit of research into that. We believe that has changed due to some different documentation on our part. So what classifies as a structure fire may or may not have changed this year in our documentation. So we're trying to determine that to see exactly where that's at. Everything else seems to be within 5 to 10 runs or responses as we were this time last year. So we've had a 20-run increase, which is significantly different than the last 2 or 3 years, which was a 20% increase. So we're pretty happy about that. Any questions?
Could you remind the community about the form online to fill out for your home?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Community Connect is a application or a software that is on the City of LaVergne's Fire Department webpage. You click on that link. That leads you to the Community Connect. You enter your name, your address, contact information, the number of people that live there, your pets. You may list your gas shutoffs, electricity shutoffs. If you have a meeting place, if you evacuate your house to an emergency and you're going to meet by the tree, and we know that's where everybody should gather, all that can be listed there. It will also notify you in case you're not home and we respond to your house. It sends you a message or calls you and lets you know that we're responding to your home. And those are significant increases in our responses. Our firefighters en route can review that information. And I've had some question about the security of it because everybody's concerned about their personal information, and that has the same security measures as your banking software, your online banking software. So we feel very secure with that application.
I filled one out this past week. It's very direct. It only took me about 5 minutes at the most.
Absolutely.
So please make sure you do so.
I always say it's kind of like my generation had a window sticker that said tot finder. And so firefighters would arrive on the scene and they would see a window sticker and you would know a child was behind that window. And obviously we don't want that in today's environment. So this is a very secure way of providing information to firefighters.
Oh, just a reminder, it does ask about fur babies too.
And, oh, absolutely. I mean, you can upload your pictures.
You didn't say anything about fur babies, and so.
But you can upload pictures of that. And so, I mean, it's a pretty powerful piece of software that's zero cost to the citizens.
Have you had a pretty good response?
It comes and goes. You know, I think when questions like this are brought up in a public forum, or we have a public service announcements, or one of y'all share on your social media sites, we definitely see an uptick. And then, you know, as we not talk about it, it kind of goes away and then it comes back up. So anytime that you have an opportunity in your forums, we ask that you share about it. We put it out at all the public events, 4th of July, Old Timers Festival, or the Fall Festival, all that. So we try our best to put that out. We spoke about it last night in a News Channel 2 interview, so.
Thank you, sir.
They, same thing with the police department. Y'all had a application, a lot of applications. I know y'all have been running a little bit short on men. You still got 13 on duty each shift, right?
Yes, sir. We have a minimum of 13, no matter what. That's our minimum staffing, and we'll accomplish that through overtime. Or I even rode a fire truck, rode on Christmas Eve just to accommodate that staffing.
You had a change in the application people applying for?
Right now, we are 9 firefighters short. Actually 10, one off lieutenant's position, and we have 9 applicants that have job offers that are going through the background checks. So if we're fortunate and these people do get through the backgrounds and all the physicals, we will be one short of fully staffed going into a class in February and graduating in May.
Good deal. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Ronnie. Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. 92 help desk tickets, 607 man hours devoted to those. Upcoming events, January 15th will be our Martin Luther King Jr. celebration. That'll take place here in the boardroom, 10 a.m. February 3rd, that's looking ahead a little bit, father-daughter dance. That will actually be at LaVergne Middle School off of Stones River Road. That will be from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. in their gymnasium. You see our past events, December 2nd, that was our scheduled day for Parade of Lights. We had to postpone that. We had the tree lighting ceremony on the 8th of December. Past senior events, the Christmas party was December 14th at the Multipurpose Building, and upcoming meetings on January the 2nd, we have 3 Senior Center Advisory, which that'll take place here at City Hall for the first time at 5 p.m., and then Park and Rec at 6, and Beautification at 7. Any questions?
David, first question for the father-daughter dance. Of course, that's open to all combinations for if a young lady doesn't have a father or whatnot. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Open to everyone. Everybody's welcome. We're not turning anybody away. Last year, we were kind of caught off guard because the numbers had been down, so we outgrew the multipurpose building again, so we moved it back to the school. Not turning anybody away. Sons, fathers, daughters, aunts, sisters, anybody's welcome.
And then are we advertising the same way that we did last year to drive?
Yeah, and I think what helped us last year was all you guys pushing it out too on your pages. Like the fire chief said, that helps tremendously. We were overwhelmed by the turnout. And at that point, it was halfway through. Alderman Hobbs, you came, your family came. And when you guys showed up, the line was back to the softball field.
It was.
So we're going to try to avoid that this year. We're looking for a good event. I think it's going to be a good turnout, so we continue to, hopefully that one will grow.
And then for Martin Luther King Day Jr. Celebration, who are our guest speakers?
Pastor Joe Randall, he'll be here. He'll lead the prayer. He'll also say, he'll give a speech. He does a little Bible study, holds a weekly Bible study at the Senior Center. And then Commissioner Hope Oliver will be our second guest speaker that day. That'll take place here in the boardroom. Light refreshments will be served. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the library. It's Donna Bebout.
Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening and Happy New Year. 2024 is going to be a great year. We can feel it in our bones. Our attendance and our circulation was down just a little bit, but we take that into account that our library was closed for a week for maintenance and for also getting our book sale set up, which our book sale started on January the 2nd. Started off with a boom. We're doing great. It will go from now until all items are sold, and we have adult, YA, children's books, DVDs, CDs, and we also pulled out a couple of containers of old summer reading t-shirts. A lot of people have said that they would love to have some of the t-shirts that the staff have worn over the years. Not actually the staff wore, but some that we had left over. You know, it's not like the Elvis
Few
thing.
hand-me-downs.
Right. And we're selling those for $2 each, and those have really moved well. The library will be closed on January 15th in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. The library board will meet Monday, January 8th at 5 p.m. here at the City Hall boardroom. And I wanted to go over a couple of the Teens and Tweens programs that are coming up. At the very bottom of the page, you will see Saturday, January the 20th from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. The Teens and the Tweens, which go from 10 years old until 17 years old, will be creating a Chinese New Year dragon. And this dragon is going to be a super awesome decoration in the library, in the YA area. It is made from cereal boxes, paper plates, pool noodles, and all sorts of wonderful sparkly gems. This year is the year of the dragon. So we're excited about the teens and tweens coming together to make that great creation. On Tuesday, January 30th at 5 p.m., the teens and tweens will be doing something similar to an escape room at the library, except they're not really going to be escaping anywhere. It's going to be a fun-filled activity that will take them on a journey through the main library. And they have to be prepared to solve challenging puzzles, uncover clues, and crack codes. They're going to be like Sherlock Holmes. So we're really excited about that. We have buttons made that when they get that code cracked, they can proudly wear their Sherlock Holmes button. So we're excited. We hope to have a lot of our teens and tweens out. Most of the activities that we do separate the younger from the older. So the teens would be your 13 to 17-year-olds, and your tweens are those 10 to 12-year-olds that don't usually fit in anywhere, and so we have a place for them now. So we're excited. Then I wanted to show one great thing. Miss Mary, our wonderful crafting lady, and that does a little bit of everything at the library. She does strings and things. It's the adult craft time, and it's winter luminaries. It's a mason jar, has a little light inside of it. It's coated. It's going to have sparkles, which Alderman, I know that your eyes lit up when I said sparkles before. And they're going to decorate it with some jute and some leaves. It's going to be beautiful. So would love to have any adult who is 18 or over to come and join us for that, but we do need you to sign up in advance at the circulation desk. And of course, you can find all of our great programs, which you can see January is pretty full. And thank you to all of our mayor and aldermen and other members who do share this when we share it on Facebook. Story times, the regular story times start back on Monday, January the 8th. Any questions?
How's the kiosk doing? I know it's should be very popular.
It is very popular. And during the book sale, we had several people who come in for the book sale that are not patrons of our library, and they will see it over to the side, and they say, "Oh, we didn't know that you had that. We'll be sure to come back and use it." It gets a lot of use.
A lot of people don't probably, the kiosk throws them off. That's where you can renew your driver's license at the library. You can renew it. You can only renew it, I think.
You can renew it. You can change your address. There are several different things that you can do. You just cannot get the star there, but you can renew your license.
It's so convenient there than having to drive to Nashville, Murfreesboro, or Smyrna.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Donna. You do a great job.
Thank you.
Ms. Donna, you had one other event this past month.
Yes.
And it was in partnership with the police and the fire department. Can you speak to that?
The last minute toy store?
Yes, ma'am.
That was amazing. The library was very proud to be the home base for the parents to come and choose some things for their children. And very well put together. Amber led us off with that, and then so many volunteers jumped in, helped out. Santa came, and then myself and Miss Julie from the police department, we were the ones that got to corral the children and keep them up front, coloring and feeding them donuts and juice. And it was just a lot of fun, but it was great. I mean, there were so many items for the parents to choose from.
I can't remember, and I don't know, Deputy Chief, if you remember the number, how many families overall were? It was over 100, I know.
It was 43 families
43
with
families.
144 children.
44 children, okay. Okay, well, good job by everybody who was involved.
Yes, it was fabulous.
Thank you, ma'am. Finance Department, Ms. Tanya Williams.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. You have your financial report from November. This is November, and I just wanted to let you know, property tax collections for December and the 1st of January are already 3.7 million. So some of those numbers will start to look a little better once we get that revenue in. Our sales tax was $923,000 above budget and $375,000 above our prior year. You'll see the rest of our balances. The second page is our balances in our bank accounts and then our comparisons to prior year. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And then we have the water treatment plant. Mr. Danny Campbell.
Sparkles.
Sparkles.
He thought she said sprinkles.
Sprinkles, sorry about this.
Put him back behind.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. I hope you've had the opportunity to review the water treatment plant's report for December. Any questions?
Can you take us through the complaints?
Oh, yeah, I wasn't expecting that one bit. We had four complaints this month, one for high pressure, two for low pressure, and one for cloudy water. For the high pressure complaint, we advised the customer to contact a plumber to adjust their pressure reducing valve if it was too much for them. We didn't get a pressure reading for that, but you know, that's kind of subjective. If it's too much for you, then gonna want to change that. For the two low pressure, one was at an establishment or a home that didn't have a hose bib on the outside, so we couldn't check the pressure. We advised them to contact our maintenance department to see if they could move any further, get a better look, whether it's inside the facility or their home, excuse me. For the second, it was an issue with 2 leaks that we had going on in the system at that time. So they were affected by that. It was actually something that came through. I wanted to say he's not here, or actually is, yes, Glenn. It came through the city database, and Glenn sent me over the complaint. I was able to contact the customer and see what was going on. I advised them to contact me if they were continuing to have the issue the next morning, because it was a weekend. I did not receive any phone call, but a couple days later, they sent another post or another comment stating that everything was back to normal. So, however, that's, I think, one of the first times or a couple times that's gone through, but it was very successful. I appreciate your help with that, so that we could get that customer taken care of. The last was a cloudy water complaint. This was from due to air in the line due to the 24-inch main project. So it's a customer that's dealt with issues previously and is aware. We asked, they did have their hydrant flushed. We asked if they wanted that flushed again to see if we could get rid of any more air. They said, no, we understand what's going on, but if you can flush it when the project's done, we'd appreciate that. And I said, obviously, we would do that for them. So once this is done, hopefully sooner than later, we'll get that taken care of for this customer.
And where do they call if they have any issues?
No, I won't pick
Not Miss Donna's number.
615-793-6536, option 2, and that gets you to the water treatment plant.
Any questions?
I noticed that the lake is pretty much at winter pool right now. How does that affect the water treatment operations?
Thankfully, we haven't seen anything different from the previous months or been affected by the
Some of
level.
the people that constantly call in, like for water problems, do y'all advise them about getting a water filter?
We, to be honest, have not had issues with taste or odor or anything like that. The main complaints are low pressure is what we deal with. So that's typically their pressure reducing valve.
Is it any part of town that's worse than the others?
Not that I've noticed. I think, again, it's with the low pressure, because it's typically their device on their property. It's isolated to their location.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Danny.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business. Second reading ordinance 2023-28, an ordinance to amend Title II, Chapter 6, Section 2-601 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the membership of the Local Emergency Planning Committee. This received a favorable recommendation from the LEPC on November 13th, 2023. Do you need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. I need a motion to approve or deny.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2024-01, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 18P, Group C, parcels 5 and 5.01, consisting of approximately 0.83 acres, located at 512 and 516 Old Nashville Highway, from an R3 high-density residential zoning district to a C3 neighborhood service commercial zoning district. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on November 28th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I have a second from Alderman Waldron. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
No.
I vote aye. Motion passes. We're going to go on to number 7, first reading ordinance 2024-02, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 4.010 of the LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding off-street parking requirements. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on November 28th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
A second.
Alderman Waldron. Alderwoman Hobbs?
Aye.
Alderman Haas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2024-01, a resolution to accept Phase 1 of the Carruthers Crossing subdivision. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on November 28th, 2023. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
No.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Then number 9, a resolution, resolution 2024-02, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Next, we have the appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we have the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee. We've got one term vacant and one applicant who is the current member. And I'll reappoint Rhonda Humphrey to the Historical Preservation Advisory Committee. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. And then next we have the library board. We've got 2 terms expiring, and we've got one applicant. I'll make a motion to appoint Dr. Martin Burgess back to that board. Is there a second?
Second.
Alderman Waldron?
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs?
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas?
Aye.
Vice Mayor No?
Aye.
That motion passes. Next, we have the Local Emergency Planning Committee. We've got 2 terms that are vacant, 4 terms that are expired. And so the 4 terms that have expired, I will reappoint, which is Michael Dietz, Glenn Green, Doug Oakley, and Tanya Williams. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Last item, motion to approve or reject a request for proposal for the Senior Center Services Provider. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Second for discussion.
Have a motion to approve and a second. Go ahead and open it up for discussion.
Kind of talked at length in the workshop about this, and I done a little studying. It was my understanding in the workshop, the 54 company was gonna do it cheaper than what LaVergne's paying now. LaVergne is paying $174,000 out of city pocketbook. The CNRC is putting in $28,000, and the Rutherford County is putting in $28,800 for the CNRC, $46,200 for the Rutherford County, and the 54. What is it called? 54.
54.
Just 54. They're going to do it for $220. So actually, it's going to cost LaVergne $46,000 more if I'm figuring right. Because with a 54, they won't get the 46.2 from Rutherford County, or they won't get the 28.8 from the GMISRC.
They are still eligible for those funds. When you look at that, you're taking those funds into our budget also. Those funds aren't guaranteed to us every year either. They have to be recertified every year. Several years ago when COVID hit, the amount of money the center got from the county, I believe, was lowered a certain amount. And then as they built that fund back up, we've gotten more money. So even those funds that GNRC, that we get from GNRC or that we get from the county, those aren't guaranteed funds from us either.
Right.
So if we didn't have those funds, that additional funding would have to come out of our general
Yeah,
fund budget.
right now, the city is putting out 174, and what we're gonna pay the 54 is 220. And another question I have, they gonna still use the building down there?
Yes, sir. That will remain the city's building.
What about the insurance and liability on the building?
They'll carry insurance, and we'll carry insurance. There will be an additional shirt on their policy, and there would be an additional shirt on our policy.
What are we gonna do about the vehicles?
The van, which is pretty new, we could probably refilter it. We could probably use it at parks for our event coordinator. The bus, it's not ADA compliant, and maybe at some point we decide to donate that to 50 Forward to use for trips. That would obviously have to come back before this board.
Yeah, my understanding, it was gonna be cheaper before we turn it over, but I found out it's gonna cost us.
Yeah, I haven't put pencil to paper as far as what it's gonna cost, but I do know the GNR